Please excuse my glitching. And welcome, Ms. Jackie Cowan to the commission. And good morning, everyone. Please turn off or silence your cell phones during these proceedings. Good morning. You are attending the Animal Matters Commission hearings for September 11th, 2023. The Animal Matters Commission was established and is conducted in accordance with Article 12 of the Anne Arundel County Code. These are administrative hearings, and by nature, they are informal, which means you are not hampered by rules of evidence. However, please be aware that you are still testifying under oath. Each party will have their opportunity to state their case. After each party states their case, they will have an opportunity to ask questions of the other party. Please do not interrupt the other party. You will be given ample time to talk. In many cases, we are aware that there is a history. You may briefly tell the commission about the history. However, please focus on the issue at hand. After each case, the commission will have open deliberations. During these deliberations, the public may not participate. If the commissioners have an additional question, you may answer that question. No further information will be heard and a decision will be rendered. This decision is a recommendation to the chief of police or their representative. The recommendation of the commission will be taken into consideration, and a final decision will be made by the chief of police or their designated representative. If, as the defendant in the case, you are unhappy with the decision of the commission, you may appeal. For citation cases, appeals are made through the District Court of Maryland. For administrative orders, such as potentially dangerous, and vicious orders, appeals are made through the County Board of Appeals. Please call the first case.
Okay. The first case will be Anne Arundel County Animal Care and Control versus Janet Coletti. All parties with an interest in testifying in this case, please use the raise hand function so that I can promote you to a panelist. Once you're promoted to panelist, if you can please turn on your video, and then if you can raise your right hand. I'm going to wait till I get everybody up and showing. Okay. Let's see it.
Okay, everybody sworn in?
Nope, we're about to swear everybody in. I just wanted to make sure if those that are going to speak in this case can please raise your right hand and unmute yourselves if you are not unmuted. There we go. Okay. Do you declare and affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
Okay. We're going to start with Ms. Coletti. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Janet Coletti. My address is 1649 Parade Hills Drive, Pasadena, Maryland.
Okay. And then if I can have the victim and witness also please raise your right hand and provide your name and address for the record. One at a time.
Yeah, my name is Zhihua Chan. My address is 1640 Brad Hill Drive, Pasadena, MD 21122.
Yeah, me is the same address. First name is XU. Can call me Shu. Thank you.
Officer Simpson,
Officer Simpson, 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
okay. That is everybody sworn in, Chairman.
Oh, wait a minute. This is Jack Coletti. I also took the oath there, and I live with Janet Coletti at 1649 Braid Hills Drive, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you, Mr. Coletti. Sorry about that.
All right.
Okay. The complainant in the case here. There we go. Well, there we don't go. I'm still glitching. Officer Simpson, I believe that you would state your testimony first in this case.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. On Friday, August 4th, 2023, Anne Arundel County Animal Care and Control Public Safety Department received a human exposure report from Baltimore Washington Medical Emergency Center for a severe bite to victim Ziwa Chang that occurred on August 2nd, 2023, who resides at 1640 Braid Hills Drive, Pasadena, Maryland, 211222. And also the owners of the dog in question, Thomas and Janet Coletti, residing at 1649 Braid Hills Drive, Pasadena, Maryland, 211222. History check on both addresses listed on the exposure report for the suspect dog owner, as well as the victim dog owner, was performed in both the animal care and control system and as well as the police CAD system with negative results. On that same day, I spoke with the bite victim, Mrs. Chang, via phone and obtained a statement of the animal bite incident, along with photos of her injuries she sustained to the lower leg, the calf portion of her leg. Mrs. Chang advised she received over 15 sutures to repair the 3 dog bites she received from Mrs. Coletti's dog, Hannah, German Shepherd type dog, black and tan, female, approximately 8 years of age. I will go ahead and I will read Mrs. Chang's statement for the record. My name is Ziwa Chang. I just called you on the phone. It was nice talking to you. Like we discussed, I'm reporting a dog bite incident that happened Wednesday evening, August 2nd, around 8 p.m. I was walking my dog in the neighborhood when we passed by Janet and John Coletti's house at 1649 Braid Hills Drive. The following incident occurred. The garage door was already open before we passed their house. But at that time, we weren't paying attention to the state of their house because we were peacefully on a walk. However, once we got closer to their home, we heard Janet scream, "No," multiple times, to which we turned our heads around to see a German Shepherd charging us without a leash. My husband immediately started pulling our dog Noel away, and then instinctively moved in front of Noel to block their dog from biting ours. I was expecting the dog to only want to attack our dog, but then all of a sudden, to my surprise, I felt a searing pain above the ankle of my left leg. And after a moment of shock, I realized, oh my goodness, this dog is biting me. I fell to the ground exclaiming, I just got bit. And then their dog moved past me immediately and started attacking Noel. My husband had Noel on a leash, so he was trying to get help Noel away from their dog, and was actively fighting and attacking Noel, who was also trying to defend himself reasonably so. Eventually, Janet comes over to excuse me, Janet comes over and drags her dog home. But this time I was bleeding a lot on the ground. I had to wait for my husband to send my dog back home and come back to pick me up to send me to the emergency room, where I ended up getting a tetanus shot, multiple rabies shots around my wound in my one arm, and 15 stitches. The doctors told me there was actually multiple bite wounds, so the dog bit me more than once, and one going deep into my leg muscle. I still need to take 3 more follow-up rabies shots and see an orthopedic specialist for especially for the deep bite. I'm currently on bed rest and was given crutches and a leg brace due to the pain to have to move around in a wheelchair. Here are the pictures of the wounds and medical records. Yesterday, we contacted Janet to inform her of my situation and our expectations with our medical insurance. This conversation, her response was also attached. We hope that a proper home visit teaches the Colettis to take proper care and responsibility and accountability when it comes to their dog, so no one else in the neighborhood has to feel unsafe when walking their dog and going on a walk themselves, since their dog is not above hurting people. So August 7th, 2022, I advised Mrs. Coletti that under the Anne Arundel County Article 12-402, Section 1, inflicts injuries to a person, Section 2, bites a person, and Section 5, while at large, approaches a lawfully restrained domestic animal in an aggressive way, and Article 12-4-905, animal at large. And due to the severity of the injury Mrs. Chang sustained from the incident, Hannah must complete a 10-day quarantine period at the Animal Care and Control Facility, as well as during an investigation into the incident that occurred on August 2nd, 2023. On that same day, Mrs. Coletti was very cooperative in delivering Hannah to the Anne Arundel County Animal Control Facility as a mandatory impound. ADS Animal Data Sheet 286562, and pending a possible animal public safety order and a 10-day quarantine. Mrs. Coletti signed the mandatory impound form and the animal data sheet claiming her dog, Hannah. Copies of both forms were supplied to Mrs. Coletti, along with a copy of the public safety laws under 12-4-402. August 7th, I received Mrs. Chang's medical report from the Washington Medical Center concerning the treatment of the dog bites that were sustained on August 2nd, 2023. The report states that Mrs. Chang is being treated for multiple lacerations and puncture wounds to the left posterior calf area. The 3 lacerations stated in the report were measured at 4 centimeters, 3 centimeters, and 1 centimeter in length, and were closed with loose sutures. On August 8th, photos were taken of Hannah and emailed to Mrs. Chang to see if she could identify Hannah as the dog that bit her multiple times on her left leg. Later that day, Mrs. Chang contacted me, confirming that the photos I sent her of Hannah is the same dog that bit her on the leg numerous times on August 2nd, 2023. On August 8th, after careful review of the evidence by myself and Field Supervisor John Cannon of Animal Care and Control, it was determined that the owner of Hannah would be issued a potentially dangerous order under the Anne Arundel County Article 12-4-402, Section 1, Section 2, and Section 5 of Public Safety, and 12-4-905 for animal at large. August 9th, 2020, Officer Simpson received a statement from Janet Coletti of the incident that took place on August 2nd, 2023. I'll go ahead and read you that statement. Here's my recollection of what happened. I was going to take my dog for a walk. We have a routine. I put a prong training collar on her when I walk her because we go through some training exercises as we walk. When I come to the street crossing, she knows to sit and wait for my command to continue. We do this at every cross street, every time we walk. Sometimes during the walk, I will stop in random places along the walk and wait for her to sit and reinforce the training. We go out to the garage and I tell my dog to wait for me. She sits and waits for me to put the leash on her. On that day, I put the leash on her, but I must have either not got it. I must have either not got it on me. She sits and waits for me to put the leash on her. On that day, I must have put the leash on her, and either part of it got caught on a regular collar because I reached around to my right to get a feces bag from a feces container. And Hannah saw my neighbors, husband and wife, walking their German Shepherd down the golf cart path next to my house. She started to bark and run toward the side of the yard. I immediately ran after, screaming, "No," over and over. I was about 3 feet behind my dog. When I got there, my husband was holding the dog leash. The husband was to my right about 3 o'clock. His wife was standing facing me at 12 o'clock. My dog was to the left facing our house about 9 o'clock. The neighbor's dog was to my right. The dogs were barking at each other. I realized that I had a feces bag container in my left hand, and I thought I would throw it at my dog and hit her with it to break her focus. I hit it with it, and she looked at me over her right shoulder at that point and grabbed her collar. I grabbed her collar with my left hand and started to walk her back to the house. As we were walking, the wife, who was still standing in the same place at 12 o'clock facing me, said that my dog bit her. I told her that I would be right back, and I took my dog into the house. I came back out and saw that she was bitten on her left calf. Her husband took their dog home and was coming back with a car to take her to the hospital. I gave her some wet and dry paper towels because she was bleeding. I stayed with her until her husband arrived. While I was with her, I told her that I was sorry that this has happened, and she said it was okay. She said it's okay. She has a German Shepherd too, and dogs do this. She stated that she got in the middle of it and to break up the dog fight. The possibility exists that she stepped in front of her dog to intervene, and her dog bit her on the left calf. Her husband and I helped her to the car, and her husband asked me for my phone number, and I gave it to him. And then I went inside and checked my dog in case she was bitten. I noticed that she had some spit on her neck on the right side, but I did not notice anything else. While checking her over, I realized that the training collar was not on her. And I went back where this had happened and found a collar and a feces bag container on the ground next to each other. The training collar fell off her neck because the prongs were disengaged. My guess is that her dog bit at her neck and his teeth got caught in the prong collar and disengaged the prongs. Our next door neighbors were not at home at the time when this happened, and they have a Ring doorbell. I talked to them and asked them to look at the video footage of that day and time to see if the doorbell picked up and recorded the incident. But unfortunately, there was no recording. I was hoping that there was, and I am responsible dog owner. If my dog did this, I would want to know, because it would be highly uncharacteristic for her. I would want to know if she had a major change in her behavior. I'm wondering if my neighbors feel the same about their dog that they have ownership for only 1 year about. I'm wondering how Anne Arundel County can automatically label a dog a serious threat to public safety based on an accusation without any witnesses, and without a full investigation, the history and behavior of the other dog, especially if the dog is truly a public safety threat. Since there is an equal chance that their dog bit her, especially since the bite is on her left calf, closest to where the dog was, shouldn't their dog be subject to the same restrictions until there's a full and complete investigation on both parties? Thank you for the opportunity for our side to be heard, for taking time to read this lengthy statement. Hopefully consider the possibility that Hannah did not bite my neighbor. August 9th, but a potentially dangerous order was issued to Mrs. Coletti with an appeal letter. On August 11th, I received a letter of appeal against the potentially dangerous order issued for Hannah and a signed potentially dangerous order from Mrs. Coletti. As of September 11th, 2023, Hannah is currently in the care and custody of Animal Care and Control at 411 Maxwell Fry Road, Millersville, Maryland, 21108, which brings us to this Animal Matters Commission hearing today. All the aforementioned events occurred here in Anne Arundel County. Now, I do believe the panel has most of the information, has the report and has probably has all the photos. But I would just like to make sure everybody does see Mrs. Chang's injuries, so we can get an idea what happened here.
Is, excuse me, but, Robin, is it possible to bring them up on the main screen?
Absolutely. One moment, please.
Okay.
Yeah, if you need, we have a slide, but maybe Roger is enough.
There we go.
We have several pictures here to look at. I think there were a few more. Let me know if I'm going too fast. This is after. It's all the pictures.
Thank you, Robin.
And that's all I have for right now. If you have any questions.
Okay. Does any of the commissioners have any questions of Officer Simpson? I have one. Are there any photos of the other dog?
No, I didn't take any photos of the other dog.
Okay. Is Sergeant Daughters one of your witnesses?
No, she's one of our panelists today, Ed,
Okay.
she's filling in for the other police member.
Okay, so that is the county's case, Mr. Officer Simpson?
Yes, that's it.
We'd like to give the opportunity for the victims to make statement, of course.
Correct. I'm moving. Okay, so Ms. Chang, it's unmute and it's your turn to speak.
Okay, before I start, is possible I show a drawing picture, share screen, easy to explain the situation.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that all the way.
It should
Can
let
we
you share
can we
screen.
share the screen?
Yeah, it should let you share screen. Do you see down at the bottom?
Okay, got you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is the situation that day, Wednesday, August 2nd, me and my husband walking our dog on our community. I can see the arrow. This is our walking direction. And person, I'm last one is me. My husband leash my dog in the middle and my dog in the front. Their house on our left. The dog run out from that from college side and just straight come to me and bite my left leg from my back.
Okay. Is there anything else at this time?
Yeah, one thing I can little bit add is, once I'm very sure, because you can see from the diagram, I'm holding low, which is our dog all the time. So absolutely impossible. He beat my wife. I didn't do anything. So that means I say everything. Make sure he didn't do that. So yeah, that's what I want to say.
And one more thing I have to say. I say the owner, the lady, but I never say her husband. And also, while after beat, I told her, I don't know my situation at that time, but I told her, I said I'm going to see the emergency room, but I can use my insurance card first. If any actual bill, I will let her know. Also, my husband asked her phone number in case we need to know the dog rabies. So she gave to my husband her name and her phone number.
Okay.
Right, this is what happened. And another thing, picture you have shown that. And this is one thing I want to say. After 3 or 4 days, her left foot, you can say, becomes swelling and the blue color. So that's why make us have to go to your room another time. So here is a major event. It happens, we have to deal with. Maybe you can see everything here. Oh, wait. Do we need to go through this? We will just quickly go through. You can say the 5 visits to the emergency room, 2 visits to the orthopedic, and the 5 weeks therapy referred by the specialist, and also another PCP visit also referred by the ER doctor because of issue the blood pressure is too low. So I just leave this page for a while. I don't need to go through everyone, but you can say this. August 2nd, that's a major day. We stay in emergency room about 7 to 8 hours to do a lot of things, you can say there. And as we were told, we have to go to 4 times for the 4 shots for rabies. But this August 7th was a little bit special because I just showed the picture because of swelling and blue color. We worry about. So we went to there and they did a larger so-called virus image, something, and I don't know what the technique is. It's kind of evaluation. Okay, so this another thing I think we should let you know as well. Here is the slide for the message between Janet and myself because my wife was injured, so I handled something with her. So you can say on August 8th, 6th, Janet sent me a text message here. You can see the date. Says, hello, this is Janet. How is your wife doing? I said, Janet. At that moment, we're in the emergency room. That's the August 7th additional visit. I said, not good. As your people wrote, you have decreased the range of motion of your leg, and there is infection symptom. That's why we went back to the emergency room. And that's her answer, you can say in this part. Okay. And she just, she's very kind. We really thanks her. She provide us her insurance information, including the claim number here. So I also gave her a feedback, some update, what we're going to do, what we have done. And I also mentioned because we don't know how to deal with exactly with insurance company. And we also already spent so much time. You can see the list there. Every visit to emergency room is 6-7 hours, or even we have done 5 times. And others, a lot of time loss. So as I also mentioned, we're going to hire a lawyer to handle this. And this her reply. Okay, that's all we have. Do you want to say?
Yeah, before we find out, I want to say I understand what she doing that. She tried to protect her dog. But how about the truth? How about me? Fortunately, I'm an adult. Think about it happened to young children should be very horrible. I think we are here, a lot of people here today just try to make sure everybody is safe. I don't want this horrible dream happen again. Thank you, everybody, to listen to us.
Okay, I still have one remaining question. Do you happen to have a photo of your dog?
Yes,
Or-
we do.
Okay, could we see that just for the record, please?
Yes. Do you need now?
I'm sorry?
Do you need the picture right now, right?
A picture of your dog, yeah. Because there was two dogs. One was a German Shepherd that is involved, and there's no mention of the other animal that I can find. Maybe it's in here somewhere, but I wanted to.
Yeah, I just question is, I can send you a picture. Do you need it now or can do it after?
I can show them now. I can.
But how to
I
send to the computer?
You can send a message. Yeah, this is our dog. You see?
No, it's not very good.
Okay, we'll just okay, we'll show you. Give a second. I email to you. Sorry for wait.
No problem.
Yeah. This is also a German Shepherd. Yeah.
No problem. Just want to get things,
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
the whole picture
Send
here.
to your email. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, let me take one now.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
I
One second, let me take one right now.
Okay. Do you mind if we wait on that? And
Yeah, I don't, because I don't have it, so I have to do it now. So
okay, what type of dog is it?
it's a German Shepherd too.
but the
Oh.
color is black and brown.
Yeah, different color.
Different colors.
Okay. Okay. That kind of answers that question that I had. So are you satisfied with the presentation?
Yeah.
Are you concluded? You
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to Miss Coletti now. If there-
Actually, I have one question, Ed.
Go ahead.
I'm just a little, did the two dogs, did your dog and Miss Coletti's dog actually fight? Were they engaged in a fight?
Yes, they do. They did.
They did. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then that leads me to another.
Hey, Ed, I got a real quick question too to follow up with Jennifer, if you please.
Yeah.
When the dogs were fighting, who got involved to try and separate them?
I did. I hold the leash.
So, and who was trying to restrain Miss Coletti's dog?
Nobody.
Nobody. Okay. Thank you.
Were there any
I got it.
injuries, to your dog that you know of? Ms. Chang, was there any injuries to your dog? Did Miss Coletti's dog bite your dog?
No,
I can't find any,
Yeah.
so seems fine.
Okay, okay. Anybody else?
I got a question.
Yes, great.
Is the dog still at the animal shelter commission possession? Is the dog still there?
Yes, that's correct. Hannah's still at the animal care and control facility.
And how has she been there? Has she been able to? Are you guys able to handle her? Or does she's near other dogs? Does she react? Is she calm? Is she like? What's her?
She
status?
is walked on a daily basis, but she's not allowed to interact with any other dogs now.
And the people who take care of her don't have problems handling her at all.
We haven't experienced any problems with dog aggression or human aggression. No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. There's no further questions of this witness. We're going to move on to Miss Coletti and hear her side of the case. Miss Coletti?
Hello. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. So on that date, August 2nd, so we've lived in this house. Let me start over. So we've lived in this neighborhood for 19 years in November. And our neighbors know us. We've owned 3 dogs since we lived here with no problems at all. 2 German Shepherds, and I rescued a pit bull. I was always afraid of pit bulls, never really wanted one, but I fostered one, fell in love with her, had her for 7 years. She was a good dog. We've had 3 dogs in this neighborhood for almost 19 years. Not a problem with anybody. So we have a routine, and my husband takes Hannah out in the morning, and he's home. He works from home. I work for Anne Arundel County Public Schools, member of the community, and so my husband takes her out in the morning. He takes her out at lunchtime, and when I come home, I take her out. When I come home from work, we have dinner, and then I take her for a walk most days. As I stated in my statement to Officer Simpson, I always put the training collar on her, which is this. And the reason why I put this on her is because when I took her to professional training as a puppy, we were asked to get this. And so I use this every time I walk her. And she knows when I get this out that we're going for a walk. And she gets all excited. So I put that on her. And while I walk her, I reinforce the training, because having had her go through professional training, one of the trainers, what the trainer told us was they're really not training the dog, they're training the person. And that I need to continue to reinforce this training, or else there was no need for me to be there to train her. So over the years, I have reinforced this training, both at home when I give her treats, tell her to take it nice, and so forth, and then when I walk her as well. And when I walk her, we always, when we come to a cross street, I don't say anything. I just stand there. She knows she needs to sit by my left side. Sometimes she wants to do it, sometimes she doesn't, but I just stand there and wait until she does what she's supposed to do. She sits, she waits there until I say free. Well, she has to see me step off on my left foot and hear me say free before she can go. And I test her at times, and I step off on my right foot and lead a little bit ahead of her, and if she starts to get up, I tell her no, she stays. And she has to stay until I say free and move my left foot forward, and then she goes. And we do this every time we walk. We encounter neighbors. There's a lot of dogs in our neighborhood, a lot of people that walk their dogs in our neighborhood. We encounter other neighbors walking. We encounter other neighbors walking their dogs. Occasionally, they'll stop and talk to us. And when they do, Hannah sits right down at my left side. She knows that's what she's supposed to do. At one point I was walking her and I was coming back home, and I saw two neighbors standing there talking on the sidewalk. And so they were on the sidewalk, so I walked off the sidewalk and went around onto the street. And the one neighbor stopped me and said, "Are you, and said, 'Hi, I'm the new neighbor,' and was introducing himself to me." So we started talking a little bit about the neighborhood, and the gentleman asked me where I lived. And so I told him, at the end of the street down by the golf course path. And he said, "Oh, okay." And he thought that we were actually the Changs because he has seen their dog, them walking their dog in the neighborhood, and their dog would be like really unruly and hard to control. But he realized that Hannah wasn't that dog because she was sitting at my left side quietly and being well behaved. And I also have signed affidavits from neighbors, and I guess you all have got them and had a chance to read them, about my dog's demeanor and encounters that they've had with both of us on our walks through the neighborhood. So on that day, I put the prong collar on Hannah. We went out to the garage. I clipped the collar. She also had a regular, I always leave a regular collar on as well. And I clipped the leash to her collar, and I turned to my right to pick up the poop bag container, which is a pretty big, substantial container. And I pulled the bag. I always pull the bag out, stuff it in my pocket, or tie it to the leash. And as I reached around and grabbed it, she started barking. And I looked up and she started taking off. So I started screaming, "No, no." And I was running behind her screaming, "No, no." And so she ran out to the side of our yard. I guess she had seen Mr. and Mrs. Chang walking their dog down the golf course path, which, by the way, is posted no trespassing at the very top of it. And so she ran out there, I think defending, in her mind, her property. And I was like no more than 3 feet this far behind her and running after her. And when I got to her, I'm not as sophisticated as I'm not as. When I got to her, here's a copy of our yard. Oh, you can't really see it, but I sent it. I don't know if you all have had a chance to see this or not, but I sent this copy. But I wish so.
Ma'am, you have the background blurred on your screen, and that's why the picture doesn't show up when you hold it up. If you turn that background blurring off, we'll be able to see it better.
Okay, I'm not real savvy with Zoom. Now hold on a minute, please. I don't. Oh.
Miss Coletti, is this the picture you're trying to show? Do you see it on the screen?
Yes. So this is Hannah came out of the garage. Huh? Oh, can you all see where I'm pointing? Can you all see what I'm pointing at?
No.
No, you can't. Do you see my arrow on my?
There we go. But it's up in the upper left-hand corner now.
Oh,
That's probably my arrow, Ed.
That's Robin's arrow. We're
Okay.
not seeing Miss Coletti's screen. We're seeing Robin's screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to talk you through it.
yeah, because I've never been through this before. I'm not as sophisticated at. Hold on a minute. I'm a little bit lightheaded. Hold on a minute.
Maybe when you get a chance, Miss Coletti, if you could explain the location in relation to
Oh, there we are.
the
So
basketball.
this was okay. So this is so there's the garage with the car in it. She came running out of the garage. She came around this bush, and when I ended up there, here's where. And this is verified in the statement I sent to Officer Simpson 2 days after I surrendered my dog. So The blue H is Hannah, the M is me, D is their dog, H is their husband, W is the wife. Mrs. Chang was standing on the path facing me the entire time. In order for Hannah to bite the back of her left leg, she would have had to gotten past their dog, gone around her, bit her in the leg, and came back to be positioned where she was within seconds. Also, Hannah was facing our house at that time, like catty corner, that tree, that green tree that's sticking up. And what I believe happened when Mrs. Chang heard me, Hannah barking and me screaming, she stepped, and she testified she did. She stepped in front of her dog to shield her dog from Hannah. I believe that's when her dog bit her. And then their dog lunged at Hannah, went after her neck, because that's why she had spit on the right side of her neck. And that's why it was the right side, because she was facing towards our backyard. And that's why the prong collar came off. If anybody's familiar with these prong collars, these things are not easy to get unhooked. Very difficult to get unhooked. And I've used this collar on her for the last almost 8 years when I walk her, and it has never, ever fallen off her neck. And so when I got to Hannah, I was looking down at her, and I instinctively figured, well, I'm just going to throw this at her to get her attention. So I threw it at her, hit her with it. She looked at me over her right shoulder. I reached down real quickly and grabbed her collar with my left hand and started walking her around that first bush to get her back into the house. And it was at that point when I was like right beside that bush where Mrs. Chang said, "Oh, miss, your dog bit me." And so I looked back at her. She's still standing there facing me. I looked back at her and I said, "Okay, just a minute. I'm going to take my dog in the house. I'll be right back." So I took Hannah, put her in the house, came back out, saw that she was, at that point, she was sitting on the golf course path. And I could see that she was bleeding. So I said, "Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get you some paper towels." She said, "Okay." So she told her husband, "Take the dog home and get the car." I went in the house. I got some wet paper towels and dry paper towels, and I took them out to her and I gave them to her. And I stayed there with her until her husband came. And I told her I was very sorry that this has happened. And she said to me, "It's okay. We have a German Shepherd too, and dogs do this." And she said, "I got in the middle to break it up." And then I kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And she said, "Well, if my insurance doesn't pay for this, you're going to have to." And I said, "Okay." And so I was just really upset. And so I stayed with her. And when her husband came, because they were halfway down the path, her husband came down. He got on her left side. I got on her right side, helped her to the car, helped her get in the car. And her husband said, "What's your phone number?" So I gave him my phone number. He called it right away to make sure it worked. And then they went off to the hospital. So then the next day I called my homeowner's insurance to report the incident to them. And they said to go ahead and contact the Changs and let them know that I had reported this to our insurance and that the insurance company would be contacting them. And that's what I did. And you saw that in the text message copy that Mr. and Mrs. Chang had up. And then I got a call. That was on Wednesday. I got a call from Officer Simpson on a Friday afternoon. I was at my granddaughter's, was in a play, and I was there. And so I didn't get the call till later in the afternoon. And when I called back to animal control, he had gone for the day, so they said call Monday. So I called on Monday, August 7th in the morning, talked to Officer Simpson. He told me, you know, that they got this complaint and that, you know, I needed to bring my dog in or else they would pick her up. I said, I'll bring her. But at that point, I told him I didn't think my dog did this. And so he said, well, you know, we have this complaint. Your dog needs to be impounded for 10 days. And I said, fine. I left work early that day. I came home. I got Hannah. And she has a sensitive stomach, so she has to have her own food. So I figured she eats 3 times a day. So I figured 10 days, that's 30 servings. So I got 30 Ziploc bags and put a scoop of food in it, put her name on each one, and put it in a bag and took Hannah and surrendered her to Officer Simpson. After I filled out all the paperwork and gave him her food, Officer Simpson said, well, I can take her and put her in the cage. And I said, okay, that'd be great. The whole time Hannah just sat there. She didn't. So anyway, we were walking back to put her in the crate, and he opened a door to a room, and the room is a long room with cages. She was going in the second to the last one. But as soon as he opened the door to that room, in the first cage was a pit bull. And the pit bull was lunging and jumping and barking and aggressively going after that, you know, and when Hannah saw that, she hit the floor. She hit the floor and was against the wall, and she was cowering. She's not an aggressive animal. And Officer Simpson witnessed that with me. And I looked at him, I said, she's not, you know, she's scared. And so then I took her and I put her in the crate, in the cage. And then I was upset and I left, and she's been there for 35 days. I haven't been able to visit her because the visiting hours are over before I get home from work. So my husband and my grandson, who we're raising, who is 15 years old, have been visiting her usually once a week when they could, and taking more food to her. But this incident has, you know, I mean, this incident has been horrible, and I haven't been able to sleep all night, honestly, since this happened. I've lost weight. My hair's falling out from the stress. We miss our dog. She's not vicious. She's not dangerous. I have signed affidavits from neighbors, like I said, from my vet, who has treated Hannah since she was a puppy. I took her to her when we first got her at 8 weeks old. The vet herself has given a long statement on how Hannah is not a threat. She's never ever felt threatened by her or her vet techs. There's no messages in the computer about Hannah that she has to be muzzled or she has to be careful with this. They've operated on her. They've cut her nails. They've drawn blood, taken x-rays, and she has never ever once shown the least slightest bit of aggression toward her or the vet techs or anybody.
Okay, at this point, I think it'd be appropriate, has all the commissioners been able to view the statements that are provided in Ms. Coletti's case? Or should Robin bring them up on the screen if possible? No, there we go.
Sorry, I think seems we missed something. What are we doing right now?
We are viewing the statements provided by Miss Coletti
Ah,
for her dog and her dog's behavior.
mhm.
Everybody good on that one and want me to move on?
Yes, please.
Yes, Robin. I think we've all
If anybody needs more time, let me know. This one's a little short, so I'm gonna just do the next one. This from the veterinarian. Are you okay if I move on to the next one?
sure.
Next one.
Good enough.
I think that's all the letters. Miss Coletti, is there anything else from what you provided that you want me to show now?
No,
All right.
Well, this is Jack Coletti. I'd like to say something. I've been listening, and Janet's very upset, and so am I. And our heart goes out. No, this incident.
Who is speaking?
This is Jack Coletti, Janet's husband.
Oh, okay. We couldn't see you on the
Yeah,
Go ahead. There you are. Okay, good enough.
But my heart goes out to these folks. It's a terrible, terrible incident. But as far as Hannah's concerned, we had her, like Janet said, we got her early on in her years, and she's been with us all this time. No problems at all with her. She got housebroken right away, and I love that.
Hold on
And
just
then,
a second, sir.
Yes.
Hold on just a second. I just want to follow protocol here.
Okay.
Robin, has he been sworn in?
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Proceed. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. But the dog's history is with us. Like Janet had said, that the doctor, that's her, the vet, has been with her forever, knows her very, very well, and you got her testimony. She's the one that has given Hannah the medication that she takes while she's in custody. So Hannah takes her medicine, Hannah eats her meals. She's used to having 3 meals a day. She has breakfast at 6 in the morning, lunch at 12, and 6 o'clock in the evening. And I'm the one that does that when I'm here. The walks that I take her are usually just for her to relieve herself. And I get her out 4 times a day to do that, early in the morning at 6 and late at night at 11. I did want to talk because on one occasion, the next door neighbor's dog, who is a hound dog and younger than Hannah, I guess, what, about 4 years old?
I don't know how old Zeus is, because they adopted him as an adult, but he's a big dog. He's about as big as Hannah.
But the same incident, he got loose, and it was at night. It was around 11 o'clock at night. I had Hannah with me, and Zeus was making a beeline for her. So I told Hannah to sit. She sat immediately, and I told her to stay. She stayed. Zeus didn't go at her. He went around us in time for the owners to tackle her and stop her. Either dog got into an engagement there, but I just want to emphasize the behavior of Hannah. And she alerts us when people are around. She does bark, but she's not an aggressive dog. When I take her for a walk, I'm a guy, I do business type of things. We go out, quick walk and back. Some of the children like to pet her. I won't allow that when I'm taking the dog for a walk. When Janet has her, people will come up, is it all right if we pet the dog? And Hannah loves it. She loves children. She loves adults. We have a lot of grandkids. They're over here. She plays with them. Matter of fact, she's even sneaking up to our grandson's bedroom and sleeping with him. She is just so comfortable around human beings. This incident, although it's extremely, extremely painful for both parties, because it's just not like Hannah, is upsetting to everybody. And I understand, and I really feel for the people. It's a terrible dog bite. It's a terrible thing. But I just, in my heart, I can't see this Hannah doing anything like that. She's never done anything like that. So that's all I wanted to underscore, is that she's very well trained. As a matter of fact, we had trainers in the house when she was a puppy that worked with her and showed us how to work with her with basic commands. Very responsive. And she's a German Shepherd. She's thoroughbred, and she loves to do what she's supposed to do.
I was wondering, I sent some pictures of Hannah. Could you possibly bring those up?
So after, when I have a chance, I will show the picture because you're at the beginning, Roger, and somebody asked the picture for our dog. I think I got it. So when ready, I can show that.
Okay, well, we'll do the pictures of Hannah first.
Okay.
There's Hannah with our grandson Jaden. And that's with our other grandson Noah. And that's her at Christmas, opening up her Christmas present. That's my grandchildren. All of these kids have been raised with her. Ever since we've had babies in the house with her. Never an incident. And there she is, being a German Shepherd, being watchful, looking out the door, keeping an eye and making sure that she's keeping us safe. I was going to say something else. What was it? Oh, so she's been in custody there for 35 days, and you know, I guess multiple people have interacted with her, and according to Officer Simpson, no issues there either. We had, as you saw that on my statements, we had a painter in the house for a week. 3 people, total strangers, in our house for an entire week. Not a problem at all. She wasn't even crated. And as I asked them, would you like me to put her in a crate? They said, no, we have dogs. We're fine. Even to the point where she likes to we have a landing here, like the steps come down, there's a little landing, and then And then we have a couple more steps that come down, and she likes to lay on that landing and keep an eye on what's going on. And they had painted the baseboard there, and I didn't realize that they had just done that. And then she went up and laid against it and ended up with a paint streak down her back for quite a while. But we had these strange people in my house for a whole week, nothing. And the owner of the company had written one of the letters testifying to that. This is not a dangerous dog. She is not a mean dog. She loves people. And I don't believe that she did this biting. And I would never own, and I told Officer Simpson this the day I surrendered Hannah, that I wouldn't have a dog I couldn't try, that I felt was dangerous or wasn't trustworthy around people. I honestly wouldn't keep a dog that was like that, because to me, I like to have a relationship with a dog, and I couldn't have a relationship with a dog that I couldn't trust.
Okay. Ms. Coletti, that leads me to a question.
Okay.
For you. In the potentially dangerous order, the items listed, is there a problem with you all complying with those items so that Hannah can come home?
Yes. Number one, she's not, I don't believe that she did this. And in my heart, I just don't believe she did this. She would have, like I said, she would have had to have gotten past their dog, who most likely lunged at our dog in order for this prong collar to become disengaged. She would have had to have gotten past that dog or behind that woman and bit her. She didn't do this. The other thing is, I don't think our homeowners.
I understand that. I just wanted to go through possibly if there was an item in the potentially dangerous order. I mean, you said she's been there for 35 days and you want to bring her home, and I can respect that. But I mean, is there any of the items that in the potentially dangerous order that you guys cannot comply with?
The kennel, I don't think first of all, she's not an outside dog, ever. She goes outside, she's on a leash, she goes out to go to the bathroom, she comes back in. We put her on a leash, take her for a walk, she comes back in. She's never outside. Okay. So the outdoor kennel with a dog house and a roof and all that is not necessary because she's not outside, and I don't think our homeowner association would allow that anyway. And they won't allow a stockade type fence. It has to be the metal kind, you know, the black metal kind. The barriers on the inside is unnecessary because she's not a runner. We've had her for almost 8 years. She's never gotten out loose before. She's not a runner. And my husband's 81 years old. He'll be 82 in November. That constitutes, in my mind, a tripping hazard for him. You know, if you want us to put a muzzle on her when we walk her, you know, I can do that, even though I still don't feel she needs it. But if it makes people feel safer, and, you know, if it helps to bring her home, then okay. But, you know, I just don't know. I just don't know. Sorry.
Okay. Any of the commissioners have any questions?
Yeah, I have one, if you please, Ed.
Sure.
Ms. Coletti, what you said that Hannah's getting medication daily while at Animal Care and Control. What medication is that, and why was it prescribed?
Thank you for the question. She's getting trazodone, and I got a call from Officer Simpson. At that point in time, there was a parvo breakout at Animal Control, and he called me and said that Hannah has diarrhea and wanted to know if they could give her some trazodone. And I said, well, she has a sensitive stomach. I gave you some food, or you're giving her food, because if not, that could give her the diarrhea. And he said, yes, well, it's very stressful here. There's a lot of dogs barking and things like that. And so we wanted to give her some trazodone just to keep her calm. And that might be the reason why she's having the diarrhea. So I said, well, let me call my vet and get advice from her. So I called my vet and asked her, and she said, you know, that could be true, that, you know, it could be very stressful for her. She's away from her family and everything. It could be very stressful for her. And, you know, some trazodone might help relieve her stress. So she prescribed some trazodone for her based on her weight and her knowledge of her. And I picked it up and I took it and gave it to Officer Simpson. That's why she's on the medication.
Okay, so the medication came from Hannah's primary care veterinarian and not animal control.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, if that if that ends the testimony of the Colettis, I think Ms. Chang, you said the picture's ready to being brought up of your dog.
Yes. Can I share screen again?
Okay, we can do that.
Okay.
You should be able to.
Yes, I'm doing that. Wait 1 second. Yeah, here's our dog.
No,
Can you see that?
very good.
Okay. And after this, I have a few things to say. Yes, actually, I understand everything Janet did, because I'm the dog owner as well. Probably I'm going to do nearly the same thing. But here, one point has to be clear: which dog did the bad?
And
Okay, that's a key point here.
how
One
old?
point. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. How old is your dog here?
It's 7 years.
7 years. Okay.
Yeah, 2016. Yeah. So which ones? A few things I can see here. I think a bit unexpected, but anyway, Janet said our dog beat my wife. That's I even kind of think in that way, but that's what she did. Okay, but here is one point I want to make it again. I already did this before. I'm very confident. I hold our dog all the time when this incident happens. But one thing we also can say, she described the location of dog, people. You know, it's a dynamic. It's a kind of mess. It's not fixed. It's all around. Dog is moving, people is moving. But one thing is 100% sure, absolutely clear to me. I hold our dog. Impossible he beat my wife, and I will not let that happen. So only 2 dogs there. If our dog didn't do that, that had to be another one. That's all. That's the point I want to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
And wait. And one more thing, we also tried to get the video. If the other label, I can't remember number, maybe 1651. We even go to take a picture of their front door. We can't find any doorbell. So that's why we didn't go ahead to ask the video. But Janet said they have a doorbell. I don't know where is it.
They
This is a
do.
picture of that house.
They do have one. Yes, they do have one.
Okay.
Was on the side?
It's in the front there. You can see it to the left. See there, see the door
There's the
handle
one there?
on their door? It's to the right of that.
Okay, so that's good. So if they can have it provide a video, that's the best solution. But you said they cannot? Because we thought they don't have video, so we didn't go ahead to ask them.
I think we got enough information here with all its testimony to probably go on to our deliberation now, unless there's any other questions of the commission to any of the witnesses, defendants, complainant. I just want to make one thing clear before we do go into the closed deliberation, is the fact that this is the Animal Matters Commission, so we don't have any jurisdiction as far as payment, repayment for injuries and that matter. We can't order that here. That would have to be done in another forum. Right now, we're dealing with the animal and the status of the animal. So that's the only thing before us, is the potentially dangerous order that has been appealed. And if there's nothing further, the
Can I
commission.
ask a question? I'm sorry. Can I ask a question of the Changs?
Sure. Who's speaking?
How long have you had your dog?
Ms. Collette.
Since he was 18 weeks.
18 weeks? Okay, because I've just seen you walking that dog probably
Not
for about a
18,
year.
8.
Oh, 8 weeks.
8
sorry,
weeks. 8 weeks, not
Oh.
8.
I adopted him when he was 8 weeks. We just moved this community for 4 years.
Yes. Okay. I've only seen you walking the dog for about the last year, so I was just curious.
Yeah, sometimes we meet each other. I know the two dogs meet each other. We saw that. And one thing I want to say is really, I really don't want anything bad happening to our dogs, because you have dog, we also have dog.
But
It's kind of our family member. I understand that. But here, just a bit, here, I didn't expect this happened, but it did happen. As I said, which dog back my wife? That's the only thing we need to make clear. Yeah.
and also, we love our dogs. Yeah, I have the 2 dogs before. So I love our dogs. Be the teacher, and all the parents heard about I was bitten by our neighbor dogs. I told parents, said, okay, don't mention to our kids. If kids ask, just say Miss Chang hurt her leg, because I don't want the kids scary dogs. Dog is a dog. We just love a dog. But the only thing, we just try to make a dog safe, make everybody safe. Like
That's for our community.
That's a health department gentleman called me after accident happened. He got a report from the hospital. He asked me asked me keep do the rabies. He said, I will monitor you. You have to finish your rabies. I said, yes. But he said, you have to report to the animal control by yourself. I told him, I said, no, I'm never ever go around her house anymore. And the gentleman said, no, not only for you. Animal control has right to check the dog rabies record, and also they have the right to check the dog is safe or not. You do it not only for you. You have to do that to keep your community, keeping another kids or another people be safe. That's why I reported to the animal control after that phone call.
And that is clearly understood. Okay. I think it's time for the commission to move to deliberation. We have heard both sides. So, hearing no further questions from the commissioners, no further testimony, there's been full testimony. We will close for deliberation at this time. Okay, in cases like this, I always like to start with our veterinarian, Dr. Hemmer. We have 2 dogs of the same age, and we have a unfortunate incident where there is an injury, and just want to get your take on it, sir.
Thank you, Ed. I appreciate that. So I guess a couple things here kind of going through my mind as I'm hearing testimony from both sides. I guess first, this happened off the Coletti property, so the dog wasn't on a leash and was running at large. So I think that's a de facto comment. We did in fact suffer, I believe to be, and I'm not a physician, but I believe the injuries suffered to Miss Lee are in fact serious and significant. So we have both those two factors out there that are of concern with Hannah. The thing that Miss Coletti's position is that Hannah didn't do this, and the biggest testimony that I'm hearing that sways me to believe that Hannah was involved in this was that Mr. Kramer has repeatedly said that when the attack began, he was the one holding their dog, keeping their dog out of the fray. So I'm thinking at that juncture, the only one that had any kind of mobility was in fact Hannah. And why Hannah particularly went at Miss Lee, based on what Miss Coletti was saying in terms of the geography of the participants, I believe what Mr. Chang said, that, these dog fights are dynamic situations, just the positions that Miss Coletti presented everybody geographically was probably a static take at one point, but as the fight progressed and the interaction progressed, I strongly suspect that everybody changed positions, and more than likely, Miss Lee found herself in a position where Hannah could get her, and that's probably what Hannah did. So those are my thoughts on the testimony that I've heard. This is an extremely unfortunate incident, but I do believe, based on what I've heard from both sides, that Hannah did in fact bite Miss Lee, causing significant injury while off lead. And based on that, I would recommend that we probably uphold the PDO. And those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Hammer. Nicole?
Sorry, I've got some barking dogs in the background. Maybe come back to me when they calm down.
Okay, good enough. Sergeant Daughters?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I think I would concur with Dr. Hemmer. I think the biggest points of evidence would be the fact that the dog was off the lead, came off of its property. And although unfortunate, very unfortunate for all parties here, that the damage was caused, the injury did occur. And that's really kind of the nuts and bolts of all of the evidence. So I concur with him.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Jackie, our new member.
Good morning, thank you. I have very serious doubt of which dog actually caused the bite. I think with my professional experience and my personal experience, I am German Shepherd lover and owner. That in that situation where two dogs are interacting together like that, I think there's enough doubt of which dog would have done it. Miss Lou said herself she stepped in front to guard her dog. I think it's just as easy and possible that her dog did the bite as well. And there's no previous history on the Coletti's dog being a threat to the community. I think it's a very unfortunate incident that happened. Dogs were being dogs under the circumstances. And I don't think that that Hannah is a threat to the community.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. We'll move on to Gregory Fuentes, please.
I'm gonna have to also agree with Miss Jackie. I completely agree. This is an extremely unfortunate event. There was a dog at large, but I'm not inclined to uphold the potential order to its full extreme, I'd be willing to bring it down to a modification or down to a public safety threat, but not go to potential dangerous order. Due to that, I'm not fully convinced about the whole situation. Even though there was an unfortunate event here.
Okay. Jennifer?
I agree that I'm a little on the fence as to which dog might have caused the injury or the actual injury, but I'm not sure at the end of the day that it makes much difference for our purposes here today, because as Dr. Hemmer said, the entire event transpired because Hannah got away from her owner. She was off lead, and there's no dispute that she charged at the Changs, whether or not she actually committed the ultimate bite. And I think that is enough to satisfy 12-402B1. However, I would say that if the commission were to vote on issuing the PDO, I think most of what the standard language that's in there would not apply here. The only thing I'd be inclined really to do is double leashing, as Hannah's own vet had suggested in her letter, that this could be prevented in the future by double leashing, and maybe the muzzle. Partly because, number one, as Ms. Coletti testified, it's not an outdoor dog. It's never left alone unattended in the yard. The homeowners association is not going to allow those extreme measures anyway. And this dog has grown up around the Coletti's children, and I would find it a disservice to both Hannah and the Coletti family to impose the restriction that whenever juveniles or visitors are home, that the dog must be crated. So I wouldn't want to see that imposed. If we are going to impose a PDO, I'd like to pare it down, tailor it as narrowly as possible to address the situation that we heard here today.
Okay. I mean, we can take into consideration dropping it down to a dangerous order and playing around with that if that would be the pleasure of the commission. Jackie, when we do take a vote, since I can't see you raise your hand, or nobody else can see you raise your hand, just say yay, nay, or abstain. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, Ed, I think Nicole still has to go, and I just want to be clear that this is a potentially dangerous order, which is a lesser order than a dangerous order. So this is the least.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Administrative order that we have.
Yeah.
Modifications to the order could be made, but I just want to be clear to the members of the commission and the public that the potentially dangerous order is not dangerous and is not vicious.
You're correct. You're correct. Sorry about that. It's had a brain freeze, I guess. Nicole, we haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I've got quiet now, so much better. Thanks for coming back to me. I definitely agree with Jennifer, pretty much on all counts. If it wasn't for Hannah being off lead outside, not in a fenced-in yard, this would not have happened. I also, I struggle with whether, with the totality of or lack of video, what actually truly happened there. I think with the dynamic situation, it's hard to really pin that down. But again, Hannah was running at large when this occurred. I would definitely concur with modification to the PDO. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, there definitely is an unfortunate incident here. And as I understand it, Hannah got loose from the house, from the garage area, and Hannah was kind of the one acting aggressive, running toward the Chang, Miss Chang and their dog over near the golf course on that little path. So at first, the incident, it was pretty well known, I think, to the parties involved that Hannah did bite. I think the change of mind came later, and it just bothers me. It bothers me to think that the dog that was being walked would have suddenly bit their owner when this other dog came running out of the house. Both dogs, obviously in their own surroundings with their own people that they know, are going to be lovable. They're going to be great animals to be around. And this one little unfortunate incident should not, it just shouldn't get in the way of that with either of the animals. But I do agree with Ms. Chang. Those injuries were pretty gruesome, and you don't want that happening to anyone else. It's going to cause a problem, and she's probably scarred for life. So we are left with looking at this potentially dangerous order and trying to amend it, from what I hear from the rest of the commission, trying to amend it so that, to the best of our abilities as a commission, that it won't happen again. So with that, I guess we need to take a review and take a look at the potentially dangerous order, perhaps, unless we have a motion to uphold the potentially dangerous order as it is. I will hear any motion at this time.
I would like to ask a question, please.
Sure, go ahead, Jackie.
I guess my biggest concern is that knowing that when two dogs do interact in this way, and not saying aggressively, but just interacting and getting into what we typically say a dog fight. When humans get involved, whether to break it up or just happen to be in the way, we know that these accidents can happen. So I still am very, very concerned that we cannot say which dog actually did the bite. It is quite possible that the dog can bite its owner by mistake. And I realized the dog was running at large and as an accident, getting away from the owner as they were preparing to go for a walk. Can we drop the potential dangerous and just concentrate on the running at large?
Can I, in response,
Go ahead, Jennifer.
I don't know that we can, I mean, I don't think we have the authority to change the citation. And there was no, at least not that I'm aware, an at-large. Is there an at-large citation attached to this? I don't think there is. But anyway, whether or not, regardless of which dog committed the bite, I think Hannah falls under 124402B1, just engaging in conduct that caused a minor or severe injury to a person or domesticated animal. Because regardless of which dog actually bit Miss Chang, it was Hannah that engaged in the conduct that caused the whole incident by charging at the other folks. And I think that testimony is undisputed. I don't see how we get away from that. So I'm not sure we can address this in any other way. but, I don't know. I'll listen to everybody else's thoughts. That's mine.
Thank you.
Ed,
Go
Ed,
ahead.
if I may,
Sure.
while I respect with what Jackie's saying, and I understand what Jackie's saying, I respectfully disagree with her. But I think to move this forward to get, I think, where we need to be, I think that I'm going to make a motion that we uphold the PDO with modifications. That way we can address any dissenters and then we can move forward with the modifications. Does that seem like a reasonable approach? Because I think we all want to end up at the same place, where the dog gets a PDO, but it's with significant modifications. I think that's a reasonable resolution to the matter that's presented to us today. And I think that may be the best way to go forward so we can keep the process moving along.
I agree. I believe that, I mean, the undisputed facts in this particular case are that the dog and its owner, Miss Coletti, were in the garage. The other parties were peacefully walking down that path, and it was Hannah that got loose out of the garage and ran over to that. Those facts are not disputed. What's disputed is who did the biting, what have you. So I'm glitching again. That, how do you prevent that from occurring again? I don't see a fence in the front yard, and I heard the testimony of Ms. Coletti say that the HOA wouldn't let her put up a fence that is noted in the PDO. So we got some thinking to do if we're going to modify. Robin, I saw your hand up. Well,
Yeah, sorry, I hope it's okay to jump in. I'm not a commission member. I don't have a vote here, but especially knowing that we have some new members, I just want to make clear that if there is no order, then we can't enforce particular requirements or changes to the home to prevent an incident again. So I know that our newest member was talking about potentially looking at not having an order, but just looking at the at large. That's just a civil citation and a fine. It doesn't actually put stipulations in place that the dog owners would need to comply with to prevent another incident from occurring. Those things like secondary barriers or double leashing and muzzles, none of those could only be recommendations if there is not an order. The only way that animal care and control can enforce modifications to the home and that the owners comply with certain restrictions to prevent a recurrence of an incident is with an order. I just,
and that's what I was,
everybody knows that.
yeah. So, Greg?
What happened if we're labeling the wrong dog? What happened if it was the owner's dog that bit the dog? Now we're labeling one dog as potentially dangerous, and the other one, and they actually did the bidding, has no punishment at all. And so I understand that at large, and then understand this is an unfortunate event. And it seems like the owner is already willing to double leash based on what the veterinarian is. I mean, if we drop it down to a citation, there is going to be a public record. And so, I mean, if this happens again, it will go directly to a vicious order. So there's going to be what.
I'm not sure that that's what happens, Greg, because once the penalty's paid, if this comes before the commission again, all we're going to see is that there was a running at large charge. That was it. And that's why I think a PDO is necessary here. Well, I think the PDO is necessary. I'm in agreement with Jennifer and the rest of the commission that we really need to pare it down. I'm comfortable with the double leash and a muzzle, and that's it. And I think that'll get us where I think that'll get us to where everybody's comfortable that we're maintaining our charge of protecting the public, but we're not being onerous in terms of Hannah and getting back to her family. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I think we can get with that. Sergeant Daughters, I saw your hand up. Did you have something?
Yes, sir. I think I like where the doctor is going with, let's pare this down. And I think that that's appropriate. And I just want to clarify, since this is my first time as well, any change to the order, as long as it's agreed upon by the panel, can still maintain itself as an order with any sort of stipulations, even if it's a single stipulation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I understand it, yes. As long as it's labeled a potentially dangerous order. And I'm going to suggest that we take a look at the standing potentially dangerous order and go through each item and decide as a commission which ones are necessary and which ones can be scratched. And then try to shy away with trying to decide which animal did the biting, whatever. I mean, I think we're kind of divided on that. Robin, I think you had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, my concern with double leashing is that Miss Coletti was trying to leash the dog. And so those secondary barriers, I think, are incredibly important in a case with a dog that did unfortunately get away from its owner.
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's one thing that I saw that was undisputed is there is nothing to prevent Hannah from escaping that garage and going over to that common area, as we saw in the pictures. Mm-hmm. So that would be an issue we would have to take under consideration as we go through this this order. Is everybody okay with going through the PDO? And
I have another question. Sorry, I'm sorry you can't see me raise my hand.
Sure, Jackie, I'm sorry.
Can we modify the fencing requirement? Because it seems like this would resolve the problem. To put a fence up, the homeowner association has regulations on that. So can we modify what is in the code as to the type of fence to meet the home association's allowance?
Well, the homeowner, we've had some other cases like this where the property was owned by somebody else, and they have to, the dog owner takes the order over, you know, and I think they work it out. Correct me if I'm wrong, Robin. I think we've had cases like this where, you know, somebody owned the house or whatever, and they said they won't let us put a fence up, but then later they did allow a fence to be put up, and the dog went home. You're probably better suited to answer that question than I am.
So in the past, there have certainly been times where the commission has recommended that a physical barrier fence be put up and that animal care and control work with the owners of the animal on what their homeowners association would allow, that we believe would also successfully contain the animal. Does that answer your question, Ed?
Well, yeah, then it answers mine. Yeah, that kind of goes along with what experience that I've had in my tenure here, is that they do work with homeowners associations and homeowners that, you know, people are renting the home. So we'll just have to see what happens. I just think a barrier, I agree with, I think Dr. Hemmer said a secondary barrier, or was that Jennifer, or both? Noted a secondary barrier would have to be remain in the PDO, and I agree with that. So with that, does anybody have an objection to going through the PDO and giving a thumbs up or a thumbs down to each item?
Well, I think first we have to vote whether or not we're going to uphold it, because we did hear a couple dissenters, so that not everybody is in agreement with upholding the PDO before we ever get to the specifics.
Okay, well, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Dr. Hemmer made a motion to the effect that we uphold a PDO with modifications. That's what's in front of us.
Correct.
Okay, then
I need a second on that motion, then I think we can move forward. I think that's the correct procedural way to go.
Right.
okay,
And
then I'll second.
I would second.
okay. All righty then. We'll go through it. I don't know whether Robin's going to bring it up on the screen or here we go. I guess the first item for us to decide would be, this is always a stickler. Before we even get to the numbered items, is this order is in effect for the life of your pet. Does
We have
everyone?
to vote on we have a motion on the table, Ed, not to interrupt. We have a motion on the table that's been
Yeah,
seconded.
You're right, sorry. All in favor of the, see, I can't see everybody. Anyway, somebody can. All in favor of the motion to allow the PDO to stand with modifications, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
And I can't see everybody, so I do see a quorum of us.
If everybody can keep your hands up for a second, I just want to make sure I have the notes correct. Sorry.
I do not have my hand up or vote in favor of it.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. And Greg, your hand is up.
With modification.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Jackie, was that a no or abstain?
It is a no.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will go ahead and a motion to modify. The first order is this order is in effect for the life of your pet. Does everybody agree with that, or do you want to modify or take that out?
I believe
I don't
that
see
should
any
stay.
reason to. Yeah, I agree.
What's that?
It
I'm
should
sorry.
stay, Ed, I believe.
You want it to stay? Okay. Then we'll move on down to number 1. I'm just saying that means that this PDO will stick on that animal for the rest of its life. And a lot of pet owners have an issue with that. So, okay, we'll move on to number 1. Number 1, animal must be confined to a secured building. You can read that. Do you want that to stay or do you want it to go?
I think one should stay.
Agreed.
Okay. Do you feel it's necessary to take a vote on each amendment? I don't. Is it okay just to go through and amend it with those of us, or is anybody going to voice an opposition to the amended factors?
I think it's going to end up, Ed, that we're going to go through and modify it, and then we're going to procedurally, and I could be corrected here, that we go through and modify it, then we make another motion to accept the modified PDO, and that's where the dissenters can dissent.
Okay.
But certainly the dissenters can comment on every single one of these going through. I mean, I think that would be appropriate, that everyone should be heard if they have a dissenting comment going forward.
Okay. I think I'd probably speed things up a bit too. Number 2, Hannah must be confined in a crate. or locked room inside the owner's residence whenever non-family members or juveniles at the home to prevent visitors from accidentally releasing the dog. I don't think that's necessary myself.
I don't
Agreed.
either.
Agreed.
Scratch number 2. Okay, moving on. Number 3, reduce the possibility of the animal having access to the public when outside. You must build and maintain a fence closing the area, and following standards must be met for the fence to be approved. Now, this is the issue that would probably have to stay and be worked out with the HOA if there's any problems.
No, Ed, what I would respectfully submit to the commission would be, let's delete the whole thing except the last sentence, where it says the pen or fence must be securely constructed to meet the above minimum standards and must protect the animal from injury and be maintained in good repair. I think that gives her enough flexibility to work with animal control, animal care and control, and the homeowners to get a second barrier put up as recommended. Thoughts from the commission?
Yeah, I agree. That sounds good. I didn't get that far.
I just have a question. The testimony that I heard was that this is not an outdoor dog. I mean, the dog's never outside unattended. It's walked or it's in the house. So I guess my question is, if we have number 9, the secondary barriers at the entrances and exits, is there really a need for the fencing or outdoor shelter based on what we heard?
Good point, Jennifer. But the concern that I heard from Ms. Coletti was that Mr. Coletti is in his 80s, and Ms. Coletti's concern is that secondary barriers with inside the building, the house itself, would potentially create a tripping or a falling hazard for Mr. Coletti, and I think that that's a reasonable accommodation for us to consider.
Okay, so then in order so that we don't ever have to prevent Miss Coletti from having to come back and address this again or any difficulties with the homeowners association, can we make it a one or the other? That she either has to erect the fence, some fence that her homeowners association will allow, or install a secure secondary barrier. This way, if she does run into trouble with the HOA, and since this is not an outdoor dog, she has a fallback position. And if there's some way to do it without endangering Mr. Coletti, they could do that. I mean, but I want to give them some options since since the outdoor piece just doesn't seem to be as big of a threat to me.
Agreed, and I think given the Coletti's flexibility in terms of trying to comply is where I believe the commission wants to go. So I'm okay with that, Jennifer. I'm okay with your recommendations.
I would agree with Jennifer's recommendation. I think that's a flexibility that's doable from both sides.
Okay, so what
Robin had her hand up. I'm not sure if she agrees.
Well, I don't have a vote. I just want to make sure for animal care and control's understanding and for the notes that I understand how I'm modifying, how you're recommending modifying this one. And I want to make sure something that's clear. And I was a little bit confused when you were first talking about deleting everything except for that last line, because then it wasn't adding any type of fence requirement. So just want to clarify. The current recommendation is erect a fence in compliance with the homeowners association and animal control, or install the secondary barriers and follow through with number 9, essentially.
That was my suggestion. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure
I agree with that. Yeah.
So we're scratching number 3 and leaving number 9. Was that what I heard?
Not exactly a scratch of number 3. It's a modification to number 3.
And what's being left?
To number 9.
That one sentence with number 3 is being left. Is that what I'm hearing? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, the way Robin presented it, the way she verbalized it, I think meets the needs of where we're trying to go.
Okay, so in other words,
Repeat that, Ed.
okay, let's just clarify that if we can a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna try to clarify it one more time. So erect a fence in compliance with the HOA and animal care and control, or install secure secondary barriers at all entrances and exits of the home to prevent Hannah from escaping to the public.
Okay. And the reason I was asking that clarification is because this particular incident, as we all know, came from the garage area. So there would have to be a secondary barrier there as well then, according to what we're leaving in this potentially dangerous order, correct?
Well, the secondary barrier would be on the door, the interior door that leads to the garage. It wouldn't be on the garage itself because then you can't pull a car in. It's to keep the dog from entering the garage area.
I need clarification on this. I agree with the garage being on the door and not the garage door itself. But the question I have is, for purposes of getting Hannah back, are we saying they need to erect a fence before they're allowed to get her back? So could potentially be months? Or is there some interim solution? I guess that could be the secondary barrier in the meantime.
I don't think that they necessarily have to erect a fence at all if they can install secondary barriers that don't present a risk to Mr. Coletti, that satisfy animal control. They could have the dog back immediately, is my understanding. Anybody else think any different?
That was my understanding, but what I'm saying is
Okay.
she does not feel as though that's a safe situation for them. So if she did not want to put her husband in danger, as she was saying, then she would need to put up a fence to comply with our order. And if that's the case, that could be many months from now.
Unfortunately,
I think animal control can work with them on that. I think if where we're going with this, with the double leashing and the muzzle, I think that provides, in my mind, an adequate stopgap measure to keep the public safe until the Colettis can get an appropriate fencing installed, in whatever time frame that takes. Those are my thoughts.
Well, in this cited incident, from what I understand, the garage door was open and any secondary barrier would have been already passed. Hannah and Miss Coletti were in the garage with the garage door open, and she was attempting to put the collar and leash on Hannah when Hannah saw the other couple and the dog and ran at them. So that's what I'm concerned at stopping. The easiest thing to have done was to have the garage door closed until the leash and collar was secured. But would this include a fencing in case Hannah was to escape the garage once again? That would be my concern.
I think that would just be a behavior modification to double leash, muzzle the dog prior to opening the interior garage door.
That would be correct. That's what I'm saying. And this incident, unfortunate, and had the garage door been shut, this incident probably never would have happened. So, anyway. All right, are we all on the same page with that modification? Okay, let's move on to number 4. Hannah shall not be taken out of the home unless restrained on 6 months. Harness, stay or go.
We should keep section 4.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Agree.
Agree.
Okay, moving on to section 5. Talk about a license, currently vaccinated against rabies must be licensed. I believe the owner does this anyway, isn't that, would that be correct?
Not at the
Is
cost
the
of
two-
$100.
Am I looking at an old order? Because mine says $250.
Oh,
Oh,
Mine
100.
says
I see. Never
100.
mind. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my printed.
Are we required to keep the more expensive yearly licensing?
Can we just get rid of that last sentence? Because I think that's what everybody's going to have a rub with. Ed, would be my thought.
what's that?
That just keep 5 as all pets owned or kept by the owner must have a current Anne Arundel County license and be currently vaccinated against rabies, period. Strike the last sentence beginning with the word Anna.
That's good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Current,
Oh,
sorry.
can we do that?
On here, because the fees for licenses are set in the county code for the specific things. So I would say that you probably need to ask Office of Law that. Because there's
Oh.
specific licensing in the code.
Oh,
License has a set fee, just like any animal owner has a set fee. There's a specific set
Oh.
fee for potentially dangerous order. So I just would defer to him to answer whether or not that can be done.
I mean, it can be done in the sense that that line can be removed from the potentially dangerous order, but if the fee in the code for a potentially dangerous animal being licensed is the $100, then that would be the license fee.
Is there any, I mean, similar to any other type of fine, usually it allows for some type of judicial or quasi-judicial modification. Does it say subject?
No, the code just says
Alright.
the fee for an animal found to be potentially dangerous is $100 annually.
Oh, well,
Animal
then it is
control
what it
doesn't have
is.
discretion on that.
Okay. That kind of
Okay.
fixes that.
Okay, so that has to stay intact.
Yes, I believe so, based on what I've heard.
Okay, good enough. Moving on then to number 6, I would imagine that would have to stay intact as well.
Agreed.
What's that?
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, number 7, then moving along to number 7, I believe that had, from what I'm reading here, Hannah already has been neutered and spayed and microchipped. It says completed on my copy here. And on the one you got up.
Yeah, that's what I see too. So I guess we could probably strike 7.
Is that what that means, Robin? The word completed there means that they are in compliance with that already, so that can be scratched?
Yes, they are in compliance with that.
Okay, good enough. Moving on to number 8.
I think that's irrelevant. I mean, unless you substitute HOA for landlord.
Yeah, it's my understanding they own the property.
Yeah, I think it's,
So do we want to
Well,
switch it or do we want to put HOA in there and,
I think we can scrap it.
I
Scratch
agree
it.
with Jennifer. Scratch it.
okay, we'll scratch, number 8. Moving on to number 9.
I think
Provide,
we already agreed.
we already got that. Number 10. I think that should stay.
Agreed.
Can we go back to number 9 again? Because there's nothing the way it's written that I see that allows for them to not do this out of respect to Mr. Coletti. I'm recovering from a stroke myself, and I can tell you that putting any kind of barrier up would be very unhealthy for me.
I think we agreed it would be an
Yeah.
either or with the fence. Either they do the exterior fencing or the interior secondary barrier. So it will be
Right.
their option.
Right, but the wording here in number 9 does not say that. It is saying that it must be done. It's not an option.
Because this was
The modified
the
order
temp-
will state that
Okay,
it is an
thank you.
option.
Thank you.
Yep, that's the way I understood it. The owner must, put it. Okay, that moves us on to number 11.
I would recommend we drop 11.
I'm in
I
agreement with
agree.
that as well. Everything else is, just pat legalese, that's contained in most of these items. Unless anybody has a problem with the, remaining language, I think we've gone through it and made the noted amendments and
Is there anything that we or animal control can do to assist the Colettis in getting their fence erected in a quicker manner, like advising the fence company or something of this, and like, because I assume the dog cannot go home until the fence is up?
I don't know that we have the authority to, or really could even grease the wheels, if you will, for any landscaping company or fencing company. And I'm sure there's macroeconomic issues that are beyond anybody's control. I personally, based on the testimony I've heard today, I would not be uncomfortable with the dog being released with the muzzle requirement, leashing requirement intact until the Colettis can get a fence put up, but put a timeline on it. They've got to get it up in, say, 4 months, 5 months. I think that's not an unreasonable way to go forward, would be my thoughts.
Yet I'd hate to see the dog have to sit there in the
Yeah.
shelter for 5 more months. It is,
Agreed.
being in a shelter, as you know, Dr. Hemmer, is extremely stressful physically and emotionally for a dog.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. That's why I'm comfortable with the muzzle. Based on the testimony that I heard, I would be comfortable releasing the dog with fencing being put up in a particular time frame and the dog being muzzled when it's out, until we can get the secondary barrier up, whether that's something in the house or the fence, which more likely it'll be. but I'd like to get this dog out of animal care and control as reasonably soon as we can.
Agreed. Yep.
Agreed.
So I believe Robin has noted all of our suggested amendments. Would I be correct in that, Robin?
Do you want me to? Sorry, do you want me to read over the amendments that you all recommended? Or are you good with just?
Sure, before we vote on.
We should probably look at what was just posted in the chat
Oh.
about not being able to release the animal unless they have complied.
Oh, the chat's gonna be on this.
Well, satisfactory proof of compliance with the order issued, with the issued order. So if we, who determines satisfactory proof of compliance? That determination is made by animal control. So,
But if the condition is to have a fence or secondary barrier, then animal control wouldn't be able to say not having a fence or secondary barrier is satisfactory proof of compliance.
But if they get an estimate from the fencing company, would that satisfy that requirement, Curran?
I don't think so, because the requirement is to have these installed, not to. If you want this to be an option, it would either have to be written. It would have to be written in a way that allows for that. So it would have to say that within 4 months or 6 months of redeeming the dog, a fence or secondary barriers as approved by the HOA and animal care and control are installed, which is easy enough to write. It would just have to say that, because animal control can only require that in that way.
Then I would proffer before the commission, why don't we have that fencing requirement, give them 90 days to get that installed? Or should we bump it to 120 days and just put that in under number 3?
If I heard Curran correctly, he said we can write it as in they have to have the fence installed within X number of days after redeeming the dog. Isn't that what I just heard?
Yeah.
So they can get the dog back before they've done any of this, correct?
Correct.
Yes, as long as it's worded in the way that allows for animal control to permit that.
Okay, and we're all in agreement that of that wording? I don't hear any dissenters.
Robin has her hand raised.
Oh, okay, I can't see Robin.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone realizes if we do that and the Colettis do not follow the stipulations of making sure that those leashes are on the dog before any doors are opened, this dog could escape again, and there's nothing in place to protect the public. That's why those secondary barriers or fence are installed. And so if that's the commission's recommendation and the chief of police upholds that recommendation and animal care and control releases the dog with those things, and then another incident happens, we're all going to be back here. It's going to be a bad situation for the owner, for the dogs, for the victims. And the secondary barriers are something that is temporary, that they could do for a short term to add something else in place to protect the public in the meantime, while they look for a longer term solution of a fence. I just wanted to make sure that the commission members consider that, because if another incident occurs, everyone suffers from it, including Hannah.
And I don't want to.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't want to be a big stick in the mud, but what happens if the HOA says absolutely no fence?
I believe Ms. Coletti said in her testimony that there are fences that are acceptable. She just said that those particular that are outlined in the PDO, that those are not.
Right. Stockade fences, I remember her saying that. So it would have to be a fence and we would be able to work, animal control would be able to work with them in getting that up.
Would it be possible if it was needed from the Coletti's point of view, to transfer if they can't meet the PDO in order to get Hannah out of the shelter as quickly as I think we all want to see, can Hannah be transferred to a public kennel at, of course, their expense?
I don't know if we really want to get into that.
I would vote against doing that.
Robin put her hand again.
Okay, I still can't see Rob. I'm sorry. I can only see three people: myself, you, and Nicole.
Sorry, I heard it as a question, so
There she is.
if that is done, it is very difficult for animal care and control to enforce. If we no longer have the dog in our care and custody, and the
That's right.
Colettis went to whatever facility it was and said, we want our dog back and we're paying the bill. Yeah, they don't have the authority to stop them from taking the animal, nor would they want to lose a customer. So if they weren't in compliance, the dog could end up home. We could end up with another incident. We could end up having to investigate that, or having to try and go through a judge to get a warrant for having the animal when they're not in compliance with the order. The reason that the code is set up that they must be in compliance beforehand is to prevent additional problems and to make sure that the protections are in place. And if the dog leaves our care and custody before those things are there, it gets much more difficult to enforce.
Yeah, I'm okay with this, with us leaving it. I understand Robin's concerns that if we do give them the time frame and frame it in such a way that it's after redeeming the dog, I understand that there's nothing in place to protect the public, but I don't know, based on what I heard today and the information that I read in terms of both the affidavits and the letter from their vet, especially considering how involved these dog owners are, I'm not hearing a whole lot of risk to the public in the meantime. To me, I would be comfortable releasing this dog back to the Colettis and still giving them a time frame to erect the fence to the secondary barriers. I'm comfortable with them knowing they have to double leash and muzzle this dog, and that this dog can't get it. Obviously, the dog can never be in the garage again. I think that's a no-brainer. But everything we heard said this dog's generally not a runner. It's not trying to get out of the house constantly. It doesn't normally escape out the front door or the back patio door or anything like that. I think we're making it more complicated than it needs to be. And I understand we're doing that in the name of public safety, but I'm just not convinced it's all necessary. And I just don't know that we're going to be able to craft something that satisfies what everybody wants. I don't think the mechanism we have in place is going to allow for that.
And
I agree with Jennifer. I think the risk is minimal here. There is a risk, but I agree with Jennifer and her thoughts 100% on this. And I think just giving the Colettis a reasonable time frame, 90 to 120 days to comply with the fence order, I think that satisfies everybody and making it a minimal risk to the public.
Greg?
Yeah, I agree with Jennifer and William. I'm just for my education and understanding, would an electrical fence be allowed in, or does it have to be a solid fence?
No electrical.
No electrical fence, so that doesn't even count as a fence.
No.
No.
I think it says that in the PDO.
Okay, just wanted to learn that information.
Not acceptable.
Physical barrier.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Jennifer that I think we're to the point now where we may be overreaching to try to satisfy the commission and the dog owners trying to get the dog back quickly as possible. Of course, that is an issue Uh, the question that I have is that if we allow the dog to return to the Colettis prior to the fence being constructed, they're going to raise the question as to, well, why can't we just leave it like this without the fence? 9 times out of 10, they're probably going to appeal this to the next level anyway. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. So, I really don't think we should overdo it. I think we're pretty well there with what we can do. I am feeling really uneasy about allowing the dog to return back prior to the required fencing, simply because of what I just stated, is that, if we do that, then the question arises, then why can't the dog just go back under those particular circumstances and forget the fence?
I don't think that's an issue, Ed, because they don't get to make that decision, and by then the time to appeal will be over. And honestly, I don't see this. I could be wrong, but if I had to place a bet sitting here today, I don't see it getting appealed, only because the order currently in place isn't stayed because of the appeal. So that's even longer that dog sits with animal control, and these folks want their dog back. So I don't think they're going to do that. Do I have a crystal ball? No, but I'd be willing to bet that that's not going to happen.
Well,
Yes, Robin.
I just want to make sure, again, especially because we have 2 new members sitting on here, that they can appeal even if they comply. So that does not prevent future appeals. And that was made clear to the dog owners in this case from the beginning. They could have complied with even the pen portion and the other portions of the order and taken the animal home and still gone before you. So if they comply, if the commission's recommendation is this and the chief upholds this, then they can comply with that. That does not prohibit them from appealing again to the Board of Appeals. So
No, I get that, but their time limit is still restricted. And if they waited till the amount of time that we're giving them for the fence, by then their time to appeal would have passed.
So
correct?
they would have 30 days from the date of the chief's decision to appeal
Right.
to the Board of Appeals. They could do that and be working on a fence or not. That would totally be their choice.
now remember, it did come into my mind as to if they had made, I did ask Miss Coletti if they had complied with the PDO, or if she had problems with it, and the response was basically, don't agree with it, period. The whole thing. And she really wasn't, she complained about the dog being in there for 35 days, but yet didn't comply with anything because she don't agree with it, period. And here we are, we're trying to amend it so that perhaps, that this thing can be resolved. And I hope that it can. But again, I don't think we want to overdo it too far. And like I said, I'm still a little uneasy about releasing the animal back without the fence being in place. I don't think it takes that long to get a fence up.
I don't think she was
Go ahead, Jennifer.
dismissing the order entirely. She was saying she didn't think her dog committed the bite. I don't think she was saying I'm not willing to do any of this. And if I truly believed that my dog didn't commit the bite, then of course I'm going to be against the PDO. But as I said earlier, I'm comfortable letting the dog return now and giving her a window. If it gets appealed, it gets appealed. I mean, we can't decide our cases based on, we have to do what we think is right sitting here now with the information we have, not based on whether or not we think it's going to get overturned later on, or they're going to appeal or do something. I'm comfortable right now releasing this dog under the condition that it be double leashed and muzzled if it's walked outside, and all of the other requirements, the fencing, the secondary barrier, be giving a time limit after redemption.
I agree with
See-
Jennifer, and I think her Miss Coletti's point of view was exactly as Jennifer described. She doesn't believe the dog did this in the first place. So I think Jennifer's assessment is correct, and I agree with Jennifer. We are entertaining some risk, but I think the risk is minimal and mitigated with the muzzling component at this point, as long as the time frame for the fencing is reasonable. 60, 90, 120 days, no more than that.
I believe her, one of her biggest concerns regarding the PDO was the fence requirement, not a fence specifically, but the ones that are outlined in the current PDO because of the HOA. So I think if we offer her, being able to work with the HOA to erect a reasonable fence, then she will be satisfied with that.
I agree, Jackie, and I believe that's what we're trying to accomplish here. And I think the question, if I can summarize, is that the question is, what's the time frame for the Colettis to get the fence put on the property? And then the secondary to that is, do we release the dog prior to the fence being put up, or in that window for the fence to be put up, or wait till after the fence is put up? And that's where I think the only 2 points we have left. We've given the Colettis enough flexibility that they can put up some kind of fencing barrier. That's why we deleted everything in that first section of part 3 of the PDO. And I think really what we're debating is, do we release the dog prior to the fence? And if we do, what's the time frame that the Colettis have to put the fence up? And that's where I think we're at with everything right now. That's my understanding.
I agree.
So,
well, Ed, your concern is on the fencing. I mean, I can't remember the last time I had a fence put up. Do you want to cut what I propose at 60, 90 days down to 30 or 45 days? I mean, I just have no knowledge of how long it takes to get a fence put up and installed. I've got no measure for that myself. If any other commissioners do, I'd love to hear. But I'm not uncomfortable giving them 30 days to get a fence up. I could work with that.
I don't have a problem with the amount of time. The issue that just sticks in my mind after seeing the case and seeing the pictures is releasing the dog back before it's in place. I just look at that garage. I keep seeing that garage with the door open, and knowing that that's where the dog escaped from, and then there's a common area right there. I don't want an incident before we can get this in place. That's the only thing that's kind of bothering me. I don't want to be too generous to the point where we're back here in the interim. And that's just what bothers me about it. I do want them to get their dog back. I know they love their dog, and I want them to get Hannah back as quickly as possible. But my God, I really don't want to be back here with another incident. Even though there is a dispute as to which dog did the biting. We can't, unless we had DNA samples and all that, we're never going to really figure out who did that and who did the biting. They're almost identical dogs. So that's the only part that I'm stuck on is I feel just a little uneasiness releasing the dog back prior to having a fence where the dog cannot escape that garage again. And that's the only thing that bothers me. It's just seeing that open area there and that picture that just keeps coming back in my mind, seeing that picture when we're talking about, the fencing and releasing the dog back prior to having a barrier there. at the garage area. That just bothered me. Nobody wants to be back here with another incident. And that's the only thing that concerns me.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I agree.
Shall we take a vote then?
What's
Yeah.
that?
If I
let's
may,
vote.
if I may, please, I agree and understand Ed and everybody's concerns. I'm really concerned as well about the health and welfare of Hannah staying in the shelter, especially at 8 years old.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jennifer has a good point. Maybe we should take a vote within the commission as to whether or not to release Hannah before the fencing is installed, the secondary barriers installed. And then if that motion passes that we are going to release her, then I think we should have a second vote on the time frame. And I think that'll complete the discussion of the case.
Dr. Hammock, is it possible to put some kind of language in it to possibly, I mean, the Colettis say that Hannah stays in the house most of the time. It has to be taken out to do its business. And I didn't see the rear of the house. Does anybody know if the rear of the house already has a barrier around it?
I believe we were looking at the rear of the house with the garage door. That was my impression of looking at the photograph Miss Coletti proffered. And it didn't look like on that photograph from that view from the trail where the incident occurred that there was any fencing around that property.
I mean,
that was my thought.
If we could add a language that the dog wouldn't be exiting the house through the garage until the fence is put up, I would be happy with that.
I might be able to offer another solution. I am not able to leash walk my dog. She's an 80-pound German Shepherd. So I have runners essentially set up at each of my doors so that I can put her on her runner and send her out, and she goes out and then she comes back in when she's ready. That could be an alternative temporary measure perhaps for them.
I guess this is a question for Curran or Robin. Weren't those outlawed? Putting those tethers out, keeping a dog on a tether
So in Anne Arundel
in the county?
It is not a tether.
In Anne Arundel County, for a dog to be out on some type of physical restraint that is not being held by a person, the dog has to be supervised at all times except for a 15-minute period. That's the only exemption to that. So if a runner was being used, that would meet those. The dog would have to be supervised except for 15 minutes in a day.
We just had good language pop up that I think would resolve this.
It's Connor's current suggestion.
Yes, within X amount of days of redemption, the owner shall install a fence approved by Anne Arundel County secondary barriers. Language from that section inserted there until the fence where secondary barriers are installed as required. Hannah shall not be in the garage or outside the house without being leashed and muzzled. Good.
That works for me. Thank you, Curran.
That works for me too. Thank you so much. So, after all this haggling, I believe Robin has, and maybe Curran as well, has made notes as to the language that we're looking for to amend this thing. I can't help, I don't want to drag this out any longer than we have to, but Robin, if you do have the notes, maybe it would be good to go over them briefly before we can make a motion to accept the PDO as amended.
Sure. So we had the first motion, which was to do a potentially dangerous order with modifications. And just to confirm with the members, that was Dr. Hemmer that made that and seconded by Franza. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That was voted on in favor. So the next we reviewed the existing potentially dangerous order. And do you all want me to pull that up at the same time, or are you okay with me just going this over by number?
I'm okay with you going
By
over.
number.
Okay. So keep number 1, remove number 2, modify number 3 to state erect a fence in compliance with HOA and animal care and control, or install secondary barriers at all entrances and exits of the home to prevent Hannah from escaping to the public. Please contact animal care and control for assistance with determining a proper secondary barrier. Number 4 was keep. Number 5 was keep. Number 6 was keep. Number 7, remove. Number 8, remove. Number 9, remove. Number 10, keep. Number 11, remove. And then add a stipulation if that's what the commission recommends. And I'm not sure if y'all are still going to vote on this or not. Within blank days of redemption, the owner shall install a fence approved by animal care and control or secondary barriers. And then the language from, oh, okay. Okay. So maybe I should move this up to number 3.
Right. It's, yeah, that would replace what we had put in number 3.
Okay. So let me reread number 3. Within blank days of redemption, the owner shall install a fence approved by animal care and control and the HOA or secondary barriers at all entrances and exits of the home to prevent Hannah from escaping the public. Please contact animal care and control for assistance with determining the days until the fence or the barriers, until the fence or secondary barriers are installed as required. Hannah shall not be in the garage or outside the house without being leashed and muzzled.
I have one change. The HOA needs to be moved up. We had it in that original sentence, but we don't have it in the current one. So it should say within X days of redemption, the owner shall install a fence approved by ACC, HOA, and ACC. Yeah.
Got it.
And perhaps reference to the garage should say with the door open, because we certainly don't want to keep her from going out there when the door is closed.
To protect everyone, though, why does she need to be in the garage? If it's easier and to assure everyone, and that lays Ed's concerns to rest, why does the dog need to be in the garage?
Well, it could be a play area, possibly.
Well, it's not a lot to ask for them to be able to redeem their dog, so I'm comfortable with keeping the dog out of the garage.
I'm good with it, as Robin has informed us.
You all have not voted on that number of days piece. And I guess, I don't know if you want to make a motion for this and then do the number of days separately.
Let's just
No,
do the
let's just
number of days
discuss.
first.
Yeah, I think we should do the number of days, and then take a vote. Dr. Hammer, what do you feel?
Also 30 to 45 days. I think that's more than reasonable. And I don't think that poses a burden on anybody. And, you know, hopefully there's a fencing company out there that can help them.
Long fence work.
I'm gonna push though for a minimum of 60, only because as a business owner, the supply chain issues right now and staffing issues, I just don't want to give them something that's completely unreasonable. Wood has been exceptionally difficult to come by lately in certain respects. So
I can live with 60.
That's fine.
I agree with 60 because after October, putting a fence in the ground would be almost near impossible. The ground would be also difficult to get inside. So into the ground. So 60 days, within 60 days is good.
That's good.
You also have to take into account that you're gonna need to pull permits from the county to erect a fence. So that's gonna add a significant amount of time.
I thought you only had to pull permits if it's above 6 foot or if it's and not entirely within a certain distance inside your property line. I don't think you have to, well, that's not for us to discuss. Regardless, I think 60 days is a good, fair thing.
Yeah, I think if it's over 4 feet and within 15 feet of a public roadway, I think you need a permit. But other than that, I don't think so. So I'm not an expert on that, but I do have a neighbor that kind of keeps me on my toes with those sort of things. That's another story altogether. But anyway, is everybody happy with the 60 days or?
I'm happy with 60 days.
Okay,
Me too.
everybody good with 60?
So I make a motion that we approve her as a right, the language was written. Do we need a motion for that? If so, I just made it.
I
Well,
second it.
all in favor? This is for the 60 days?
60
Aye.
days and the amendments Robin had made to our modified order.
That's correct.
So it's for the whole thing.
Is, and of course, Jackie, I can't see
Yes,
your vote. Is your hand up?
yes, I'm in favor.
Okay, I got them all. Thank you all.
So we're unanimous on that. Thank you all. I know everybody comes from different perspectives, and that's why we are a full commission. And that was some great work. Thank everybody. It was some great work. Do we move on now, Robin, to the other cases, or does anybody need to take a break before we delve into that?
Yes.
I would love to
Can we-
take a break.
Yeah, I'd like a break, please, Ed.
Absolutely. Let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 5 minutes after noon, 12:05.
Great. Thank you, Ed.
Okay, no problem.
Dawn, call 3849, Dawn. Please repeat your number, please.
As soon as everybody pops back up, we'll proceed on the remaining cases.
Mr. Chairman and commission members, the remaining cases all have the same defendant. I'm gonna try promoting him now. And I just don't know whether or not the defendant wants to try to separate each ones or how you all wish to proceed. So I'm working on promoting. It looks like he's on here several times. So once we get
Now we have two complaints from two of the complainants and 4 complaints from a third complainant.
correct.
So we take them by complainant. So we only have like 3
Cases,
cases technically.
okay. And what do
Well,
you want to hear first?
it doesn't matter. Might as well do the 4-banger.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead.
I just have a question, and I tried to pick it apart in in looking at the case files. Do any of these complainants involve the same set of underlying facts? Because I don't think we need to rehear the same facts if they're based on it, but if they are different days, different complaints, then we can hear them separately.
I believe they're all different days, different complaints.
Okay, there you go. That settled it.
So he has not responded yet. I'm gonna try and get a hold of the defendant.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, some of the complainants may have the other complainants as witnesses, though.
You are correct. That may be an issue.
I am here.
Okay, Jackie? Hopefully we can maybe get yourself a little laptop or a little cell phone so we can see you. Or I don't know, if you don't have a camera in your computer, I guess there is no app that you can download to make it work or whatever. I don't know. I'm not that.
Excuse me, I actually have an add-on. And this is the first time it's not worked. So I've been using it for a couple of years. So maybe I just need to get a new one. I'll have it checked by next month.
Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, man.
Okay, so we're gonna call the first case, which will be Alicia Ross versus Yuan Pema. I've promoted the defendant. And I will promote who I believe is Miss Ross next. Please keep your cameras on. And then is anyone else that's on the call going to be needed to testify in the Ross versus Pema case? If you are, please try to use the raise hand function. Or Miss Ross, you can let us know if any of the other folks are necessary for your case.
Okay, have they been sworn in, Robin?
Nope, we need to swear everybody in. Hopefully
Hello?
Miss Ross is working on getting her camera up. I can see Mr. Pema's camera. Great. If you could both please unmute for me and then raise your right hand.
Hi, Robin, sorry to interrupt. Crystal
Nope.
was actually gonna testify against for one of mine.
Okay, let me promote Crystal up.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and everybody just hang tight. Once we get her up and her video working, we're gonna have you raise your right hand and take the oath. There we go. Okay, I can see you all. If you could please raise your right hand, unmute yourselves for the moment. Do you declare and affirm, Mr. Pema, yours is still muted. You're gonna have to unmute that so I can hear your response. See if I can make something pop up for you, Mr. Pema.
Yeah, there should be a little.
There we
you-
go. Can you say
Okay.
something? Okay. Do you all declare and affirm under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 Okay, we'll start with you, Mr. Pema. Please state your name and address for the record.
My address is 211 Grand Ridge Lane,
Okay,
Glen Burnie, Maryland. 21060.
and your name for us for
Yuan
confirmation.
Pema.
Thank you.
Yes.
Miss Ross?
Hello, my name is Alicia Ross. I reside at 213 Green Ridge Lane, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060.
Okay, Miss Graham?
My name is Crystal Graham. My address is 212 Green Ridge Lane, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060.
Thank you all. Okay, Ed?
All right, well. If you're not speaking, I would ask you to remain muted until called upon in this particular case. This case is brought forward by Miss Alicia Ross. So as the complainant in this case, actually, if it's not too much trouble, Miss Ross, you have 4 incidents listed here. Do you have any objection with going through all 4 of them, and we can resolve them in a bundle, or do you want to hear each one separately?
Whatever is best as far as time for everyone.
Okay, I think to hear them all together would probably be okay, because if not, then we'd have to hear one. We would have to adjourn for the commission to have deliberations about that one, and then we'd have to do the same thing for all 4 of them. So to hear all 4 of your complaints together probably would speed things along a little bit. So if you can start with the first one, which I believe the last 2 digits are 70. Well, no, I'm sorry, 71. And then do 770.
Where would I see, excuse me, where would I see the numbers at?
Okay, they would be on the citations that were sent in if you have a copy of the case file.
I'll assist here, Miss Ross. So you want to start with 7-1, Chairman? So 7-1, Miss Ross, is for the August. Oh no, that one is not the correct one. Oh yeah, August 2nd, 2022.
Okay. You want to give me all of them in order or? Okay.
I can if you would like.
Okay.
The citation that ends in 5-9 is for the June 13th incident.
Okay.
The citation that ends in 7-3 is the May 30th.
Okay.
And the citation that ends in 7-0 is the June 28th.
Okay. So for the case of August 2nd, I was at work and my kids actually called me asking could they go outside, and I explained to them no, because I had a notification go off on my phone, and I checked the notification, and as you can see, I provided a video. It's the plaintiff, Doug. It's the defendant, Doug, actually just running wild. If Robin could share that video.
I'm gonna work on getting the video up. I'm sorry, I lost my note here. Which date am I on?
You're on August the 2nd.
August the 2nd. That's August 20th. Actually,
So in this video, before you actually start, the defendant actually lives where the white fence is, and you can see him actually trying to walk his dog down there, I guess, to take him inside of the backyard. My house is right next door where you can see there's no fence. So the inside of the grass, you'll see like a little water hose. That's where our sprinkler was at the time. And if you could start the video. So you'll see the chain pop off. There's where he's grabbing the chain and he's trying to go back and grab the dog at the time, at the very end. And as you can see, he has a hard time controlling the dog. And that's one of my fears. Just as far as like with our kids and stuff, we have 2 younger kids. A lot of the kids come to our house to actually play. And a lot of parents are scared because of the dog is next door. And he has a hard time controlling the dog. Just a little back history as well. Me and Mr. Yuhan, we've kind of had a couple of different incidents as far as my household, his household. First incident was when my husband asked him, we moved here, I think it was 2021. So this was before school actually started. So when school started, you know, over the summer, he didn't have a fence. He used to chain his dog to the front, and the dog would actually reach all the way out to the sidewalk. So then once school started, the kids were having a hard time because they were trying to go to the school bus. My daughter's terrified of the dog. My son is terrified of the dog as well. They try to cross over to the other side of the street just to walk back across the street to get to the top of the street to where the bus stop is. We've asked him, you know, hey, out of courtesy, can you not bring your dog out when the kids are getting ready to go to the bus stop? It seems he has a habit of coming out, I guess, exactly when the kids are getting ready to go to the bus stop, and also when other neighbors are trying to walk their dog. couple of incidents with him and the other dogs you'll hear about later, where his dog actually got off the leash and got a couple of the dogs. So that was him and my husband had that exchange of asking him not to bring the dog out in the morning. Then my mom was staying with me in April. She had a little injury, so she was staying with me. And she actually asked him the same thing on May 30th. Hey, can you, refrain from bringing your dog out? I understand the dog has to come out, but is it possible to bring him out once the kids go off to the school bus? Well, here we are again, another school year. He does the same thing, first day of school. He brings the dog out. So then my neighbor actually walks back down here to come get me to make sure everything's okay with us. Because he noticed as soon as they made it up to the bus stop, he brought the dog right out as we were walking out the door. So it's been a constant issue. A couple of neighbors, HOAs received many complaints about the dog being off the leash. It's an ongoing thing.
Okay, I have one question, Alicia.
Mm-hmm.
In the video and the photographs that are in the case file, is it your testimony that the white fenced-in area is Mr. Pama's property?
Yes.
And where he's pictured in the video and the pictures, is that a common area?
No, that's my yard.
Okay.
So he's actually on the opposite side of his fence. His house is where the fence is.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear on. Okay, so that is your story on this one at-large incident. You can move on to the next one if you wish.
Actually, I have a question about that video because I'm a little confused towards the end. Maybe you guys can shed some light. Is the dog ever actually off the leash, or is the leash ever actually out of Mr. Pama's hand?
Yes, the leash, he's actually off of the leash. If you would like, I can actually show the video where it slows down. I can slow it down on my end a little bit so you can see it.
I didn't am I the only one that's having difficulty seeing that? I mean, if I am, then I don't want to waste everyone's time, but it looked like there was a leash on the whole time.
Yeah, Jennifer, the leash was attached to the dog. It appears to me, in my viewing it, that the leash either popped out of his hand or there was an equipment failure of the handle of the leash and it broke. I can't tell which. The leash is still on the dog. It's just not in Mr. Ewan's hand. See, it's there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Now okay.
So I'm sorry to cut you off. Also, I want to also bring to you guys' attention that we have a trampoline in the back. My kids could have very well have been jumping on the trampoline as they normally are. And we just have a dog just, coming off of the leash. And, I'm scared that the dog is actually going to attempt get one of our kids eventually.
Okay. Understood. You can explain your next complaint.
So June 13th. We were outside, me and my husband, we were talking. My son had just got onto his scooter and came out of our driveway. He turns right to go down to a couple of friends' houses down the street. I think it's like 4 doors down the street. But as I'm standing outside, I hear Yuhan yelling as he's coming from the top of the street where you can see like that silver, I don't know what you call the silver car, but he's at the top of the street. He's coming down as the dog is running towards me. So I'm in the driveway, and this may sound crazy, but I'm willing to take a bite rather than my kids or, younger kids take the bite. So I stood there. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The dog is on in this picture, the dog is on whose property right now?
Mine.
Okay,
so the dog
that's your property.
Coming from the top of the street, and he's running down towards me. And now he's running back towards Yuhan's house. Yuhan belongs right there. You see the stake in the grass? If you could pause it. The little stake on the right-hand side, right there. Yep. That's the property line. And we've left it there for these reasons.
And it looks like the dog has a leash on it.
Yes, but the owner doesn't have the leash.
Yes, that's what it looks like.
So I'm not sure if this is another case. He's said quite a few times to the incident that happened on July 10th. And he's also said it to people at animal control. He's trying to train the dog to walk next to him without a leash. So I don't know if that's what he called himself doing at the moment, but you can see him at the top of the street next to that silver car. Yes. And the dog is all the way down here.
Okay. Does any of the commissioners have any other questions of this witness? Okay, Alicia, you can go on to the next.
So the next one is May 30th. On this day, my mom had called me. She was headed out the house, but she said that she heard some commotion, so she wanted to make sure before she ran outside. Pretty much she's terrified of the dog. Like I said, her and Mr. Yuhan has already spoken before. And in the process of her being here, we noticed that his gate was actually broken. So I actually sent Robin one of the videos where you can see that the door just swings open back and forth. So this is one of the videos where he takes the dog in, and as you can see, you'll see him just push the gate. The gate has been broken at least since April because my mom injured her. Since then, my mom has injured herself again because she heard the door swinging, so she thought the dog was coming after her. And I think it was one more, Robin, but you can see where they just pushed the door to open it. So this incident, the dog is already in the back. You can see the door is already open and it's swinging back and forth. Like I was saying, on the 30th, my mom, she called me. She said she heard commotion. She asked me to check the camera. I went to check the camera before she left out the house, and this is what we see on the camera. The dog is going past the other neighbor's houses on the opposite side of the street. He has the leash in his hand, walking down the street casually, trying to catch their dog.
And whose property are we looking at now?
My property.
And where's the stake you said is up all the time?
You said the stake?
In the corner. Yeah, the white stake that separates property. Where is that in this?
To the
in
left.
This picture?
So it's to the left, but this is my actual driveway camera that you're looking at.
Okay.
So this is my van. This is my mom's truck that's in front of my house.
And that stake is outside the view of the camera at this point.
To the left where he just walked past.
Okay, thank you.
And the dog is running on the opposite side of the street. Isn't that what I saw? That's the dog
Yes.
shooting down the other sidewalk.
Yes, almost got hit by the car. And there goes the dog.
All right. Was that the fourth complaint, or you have one more?
So that was the third.
Right.
The fourth one was June 28th. And Crystal was a witness for this one. I was actually coming home from work and I turned from off of Green Ridge onto, I'm sorry, the cameras. I turned off of Green Acres onto Green Ridge. And as I was coming down, you could see that the dog was running loose, running wild as normal. And the owner was trying to catch him. So I can't see the video for some reason. I'm not sure what happened to my screen. But as I was coming down, the dog was just running loose at the top of the street. The second video, I'm sitting in my car because at this point, I'm trying to wait for him to at least get the dog before I get out of my car. So I proceed to go to my house. And before I get out, I wait a few seconds to try to see if he gets him on a leash. When I don't see the dog, I don't see you, Han, I go ahead and proceed into my house. But as I was turning in onto Green Ridge, Crystal had just turned into Green Ridge, so she also had saw it as well.
Okay, do we have testimony from Crystal?
Yes. So on this day on June 28th, I happened to, that's my blue truck right there where the dog is. But I took a picture of the dog because I was pulling into the community and noticed that he was loose, as this continues to be a ongoing issue. So I said, well, let me get a picture of the dog running loose. So I actually sent that picture into Robin. It was taken from the vehicle. If you could share. And this was on the June 28th.
Okay, and I just have one question for you, Crystal. I'm sorry to interrupt, but is this part of another complaint that you have, or is this combined with Alicia's complaint only?
This one was combined because I submitted my complaint for the 10th.
Okay, we have multiple complaints here, and I just want to keep them straight so that the entire commission knows. So the picture that you took right here is for Alicia's complaint only, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Ed, I guess a legal question here for either Jennifer or Curran. Can Mr. Payma suffer two different citations from two different citizens for the same offense? Or is that some kind of, you can't be tried twice for the same crime kind of thing? I just don't know. Can I get some clarification from someone who knows about the law? Either Jennifer or Curran?
The citations aren't being issued by the private citizens. The citations are being issued by Animal Care and Control. So Animal Care and Control can issue one citation for one offense.
So that means that if we're seeing any of these citations that are occurring for the same day and we're using the same evidence,
those would be multiple witnesses of witnessing the same offense.
That's what's happening in this case. I think that's why I asked the question to clarify it. Ms. Crystal's video here is not part of any complaints that she has. She has just added this to Alicia's complaint. So it's not a crossover. It's not a cross.
That's correct.
Right. Robin?
Right. I was going to say Miss Graham's citations are for July 10th.
Right.
Different day.
The picture that she just provided was for the June 28th incident.
Okay, so all these citations are for different days. Is that, can I make that statement? Yes. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay, no, I got it. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, we lost. Okay. Miss Crystal, were you done?
Yes, I was basically done, and I just wanted to share that the defendant's dog often gets loose, and I am the community president, so I receive a lot of complaints, and I usually always tell them to contact you all at Animal Control for any issues, because it's like continuous all the time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ross, do you have anything to add before we move on to the defendant?
No, not at the moment.
I have a question though. Okay, so I understand all the videos about the at-large. What I don't know, or maybe I missed, is the facts supporting the public safety threat.
Are you speaking of the one, I think that was the 28th?
That's a Graham case, I think. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I had one too.
No.
Okay.
For the 28th, when,
Six,
no, the 13th, I'm sorry. Was that case?
yes, the 13th, and it's the
13th.
citation ending in 5-9. And that's public safety threat. So I haven't heard any of the facts supporting that, I don't think.
So that was the one, if that's case number 2, that's the one where the dog was running from the top of the street and he ran up towards me inside of my garage. And then you see where the dog was running back. I think this is where they were asking, well, where's the stake at? The dog was like, at that moment, I froze and I got out my camera, and you can see where the dog is actually running back towards Yuhan's house.
So something happened outside of that video we saw.
Yeah, it ran towards me at first, but I, froze. I didn't get a chance to pull out the phone. So then when I did finally pull it out, that's what you see, the dog running away from me.
Okay,
'Cause
tell
I'm
me
standing-
exactly from the beginning what the dog, okay, you were in your garage, right?
I was standing right here in the blacktop of where my driveway is.
Okay, now tell me, and the dog came running towards you, and what did it do?
The dog had just ran towards me, and I kind of just froze for a second. But I guess because I wasn't moving, I've always been told that if a dog runs towards you, kind of stay still, don't run. I stood still. He ran back off like he was running towards Yuhan when he was calling him.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I needed.
And like I said, I didn't want to run and get the dog to start chasing me. But at the same time, I knew my kids were down the street, 4 doors down, in the garage with the garage wide open. So I didn't want the dog to actually go down there either.
Okay, Greg, you had your hand up?
Thank you.
Yeah. So you guys kept one thing I kept hearing over and over. You guys said this is ongoing. So after the citations and you guys complaining to animal control, you feel like this goes towards the 2 complainants. Do you feel like Mr. Paima has not improved, remained the same, or it's gotten worse, the dog at large situation?
I feel like it hasn't improved. It has not improved.
For me, I think it hasn't improved. I see where I guess that you could say that he's trying, but it hasn't improved. He still continues to take the dog out. After we filed the citations, I actually seen the dog attack another dog recently. And then I was there for the July 10th as well when it attacked another dog. And like I said, just, what was that, 2 weeks ago when school started, he brought the dog right back outside, to attack another child, to attack a child that's walking down the street. Then on top of it, in some of the earlier cases, most dog owners, when they're walking their dog, if they see kids on the side of the street, they cross over out of courtesy. He does not do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Paima, we will hear from you at this time. And just respond to the 4 complaints that we just heard from Ms. Ross, okay? You're muted, sir. You're muted, sir.
I mean,
There you go.
I just want to let you know I suffer from high blood pressure. And when I got up this morning, my pressure was 171/96. But I tried to steer it because what happened in the evening, I doubled my medication, so it kept me going up. And the reason I moved to Maryland, because I couldn't get the medical attention program I was on, insurance I was under, could not provide a service. I was always in emergency. So this house I got, I didn't even see this house. I bought this house in bed. I said, I have to survive. I came here to survive, and I registered with Kaiser because I hired Kaiser in California. I'm an adjunct instructor in California. After 27 years, I relocated to Delaware. I said, let me have a change of scenery. And I got ill, extremely ill during the COVID season. And then I didn't want to die. I said, let me go to Kaiser. And Kaiser would not accept me in Delaware, so Kaiser accepted me in Maryland. That's the reason I'm here. And I don't want to have stroke. I don't want to die. So I came to Kaiser. That's the reason I'm here. When I initially moved here, the animal control officer came and said, oh, your dogs is alive. She said, and they tried to get me because I was in bed. And at the time, my dog was outside. And he told me, you can't leave your dog on leash. leave your dog outside. And I followed that for the 2 years I've been around here. So basically what happened, now let me respond to the questions, the issues that you raised. The motivation, I got a picture on here on this phone, but it's not on my computer. So I can't share it with you. But I think I took a picture, but I have the video here. What basically happened with this reporting, the multiple reporting, came from Crystal. At 2 o'clock before that, there was Crystal and Alicia both were on the board with another gentleman, the HOA board, the first people we had on the board. Both of them were on the board. And it passed a ruling about garbage disposal. I said, but you just send an email and why can't you have a send letter in the mail? And she came to my house, plastered on my front door, plastered a notice on my front door. So let me see what he's gonna do. So I got high blood pressure. I didn't bother with that. I cooperated and moved my garbage disposal into, and when she was leaving, she said, I got pictures of your dogs running all around the yard. The next time you come to me, I'm gonna take you to animal control. I said, oh, really? With high blood pressure, you can't do anything. I wanted to survive. So I couldn't follow them, what they were doing. But the recent incident, I said, can I relax a little bit?
Sure.
The recent incident that occurred at 2 a.m. in the morning, she sent me a text messages. Where's your approval for your fence? And where's your approval for your solar system? But prior to that, the gentleman installed 3 solar systems in the complex. And he informed me about that. I said, did she ask you? She said, yes, she asked me. I said, did you provide information to her about the solar system? He said, no, you're the only person you're asking about. I said, disregard it. So she sent me that text messages, 2 a.m. in the morning. When I got up in the morning, I was walking to the fence, taking my dog to the fence. I saw her, I said, Krista, you know I have high blood pressure. Do not send me text messages at 2 a.m. She said, let me come so we can discuss it. I said, I'm not interested in discussing. Do not text me at 2 a.m. in the morning. And in fact, now I recommended to her at the time to get a management company. She has a management company. I said, any letter coming to any homeowner should go through the management company. And now you texting people as if it said this is your property and you have control over everything. She got upset. The next thing, then she started targeting my dog with a picture she had. So Crystal was walking the dog July 10. I was walking my dog. I walked my dog was exhausted. Because when you're
Mr. Pema, can I stop you right here? Because you're talking about another incident. And right now we're only addressing the incidents that occurred on June 13th, June 28th, May 30th, and August 2nd. We're not to the point of talking about the July 10th ones yet.
Yeah, but the incident that came about is a derivative of the incident of July 10th. That's why I have to explain the July 10th incident.
Okay.
See, July 10th incident occurred. Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but
go ahead.
You talk about your blood pressure. Let's just calm down because I don't want anything.
Yeah, I'll calm down.
Don't want anything happen to you. While we're going through this procedure. So just calm down and just focus on the issues that were presented by Ms. Ross. If you do that, you'll probably stay nice and calm, and we can get through this. Because we have some other complaints we're going to have to go through, and I'm sure you'll want to repeat yourself. We don't need to hear all that. We just need to hear your responses from Miss Alicia Ross's complaints about your dog being at large and off.
Okay, but the reason I mentioned that, sir, because while I was trying to drive, it was a conspiracy, and that's how she got to all those old videos to file complaints. I wanted to establish the basis of the conspiracy. I have a video on that. That's why I wanted to show, and that occurred on July 22nd. I don't know if we can switch. To my phone. I can show the panel of the video. Is that possible? Robbins, you have a picture of it. You have a picture of the video that I sent. The meeting that was held on July 22nd. But I have the video on my cell phone. If I can show that. Is
Okay,
it possible?
we'll see if Robin can do that.
Let me
Okay.
see if I can pull up Mr.
The cell phone, yeah. To share.
You're able to. Are you able to screen? Is this the right video? No.
Yeah, right there. Let me see.
The one in the street, is that the one you're looking for?
Yeah. That's a picture I sent there, but the video is here. But you can show the picture. That picture is just as good as the video, yeah. After the July 10 incident, the house over there, that's Alicia's her husband and Desiree and her husband. That's where the planning meeting on July 22nd to file all these complaints. That was a strategy to use. I mean, I hate to say this, my classmate was in the military, and he explained things to me. He said, when the military ready to get gang up against you, they do so many things, and the gang up against you is named Joe Boy. You have the picture here. So Alicia's Desiree husband is in the military, and Krista husband is in the military. So it clicked in my mind. In fact, on the 20th, I never had any video around my house. Not a single video around my house. But after the incident, I was at Lowe's. The gentleman told me, he said, put video cameras around your house. And I put that's a doorbell. The doorbell, I didn't put video camera on the house. The doorbell took the picture 1:55 a.m. in the morning when they planned everything. The strategy that they're using now was planned at that point in time. Then I even asked the gentleman I came to install the video. I said, right after you install the video on the 20th, the doorbell. I said, but look at the picture. He said, oh yeah, when people are doing things secretly, they don't want anybody to know they have a meeting in the night. So I understood that and I forgot. And subsequently, I saw all these notices coming to me. But let me get directly to the panel question on the responses. First thing, her definition of, she's looking at my area and she considered my area, my property to be her property. She's looking at the video, black and white. If we can go back and look at it again, it's my property. She considered it to be her property. Robin, can you put the fence? I just put in the fence separating. The fence will show the panel that my property and her property. You see there? All the area we had a dog, they were all, her husband put a line there. I say, instead of working with a line, I would just build a fence. I built a fence. Now you can see where my property is. And now listen to her, because if you look over here, you can see where my property is, everywhere my property covered. Every time I walked, I didn't even know they had a camera on me at the time. Every time I try to walk my dog to the back, the camera was on me. For 2 years, I didn't know that. Okay. The gate, she mentioned the gate is open. My dog is chained within the fence. I put my dog on chain within the fence. And I have 2 gates. I have gates at the rear and I have gates on the side. And there are 2 locks. The guy that did the installation, what he did is this lock, the second lock, the first lock got broken, the second lock locked from inside. So I had to go around to open the gate. But since they blocked me from going around, recently they said, you can't step on our property. So I said, the best thing to do, since I put my dog on the chain, I'll just leave, I'll put some plastic material at the fence gate, so the gates can stay open. So I don't have to step on the property to go around. If you look on the other side of my property, it's slope. And you can't walk on the other side, but it restricted me from touching the property. So I have to keep this gate open. So the lock locks from inside, the second lock locks from inside. And if I lock it, I have to go on and all the way on the other side of my house to get there. So I just leave this open. So there's no reason, because the dog is already on chain. The dog is on chain in the fence. Okay, I didn't take a picture of that, but I wanted to explain something else about my dog. Ox, my beautiful dog, Ox. Robbie, I think I sent you a picture about, please, if you can, I sent you a picture of the back fence where I allow my dog to run. Yeah, when I was in Delaware, somebody even asked me, "You said you can't make it. You can't make it. Give the dog to somebody else to take care of the dog." I said, "No, I'm going to keep my dog. I ain't going to give my dog to anybody." So to exercise my dog, what I did in Delaware, I normally tie him to the fence. There was a chain, and I have him run. I would throw treats, and he gets his exercise because when I was training my dog, it said the dog need exercise all the time. So I'll throw him treats. So when I came here, this is exactly what I did. I put this rod here. This is the second rod. There's 2 rods. I put this rod here at the back fence, and we used to come back here, and I'll throw the treats. That's the common area back there, and the dog would run. So he got accustomed to running wild because that's how he got his exercise. But unfortunately, something happened. He got all these infection on his body. When I took him to the vet said, something must be in the backyard. Don't take the dog to the backyard anymore. Don't let him run around in the backyard. So I stopped that exercise. So I started giving him minimal exercise. So he already accustomed to running wide. So I stopped that exercise for the dog. Because of that, but what we discovered, I didn't even discover that until recent time. The entire backyard was infested with nothing but bees. And I was not cognizant of that. But the dog knew that the entire backyard was infested by bees. So every time I turned to go to the backyard, all of a sudden he was trying to get himself off the leash and run away. And I suffer from high blood pressure. I said, I can't run after this dog. If I run after this dog, I'll fall down and die, and he won't have somebody to take care of him. So I would just walk to him, and he would come back into the leash. So because the place was infected, the dogs would resist every time I tried to take him to the back. I got to know that thing about a month or less than a month ago when I was putting papers in the back. The bees came, over 100 bees came, and they bit me. And I grabbed him and put it in the house. I went to Kaiser. Kaiser told me, "You're lucky, because if you're not contagious." I mean, what's that? He said, "If you were," well, I can't use the right term. Contagious, incontagious. I'm incontagious, but if you're contagious to the bee, you won't have to make it to the hospital. Then I said, "But that's what the dogs were running from." Because even the vet did not know. After they did a lab test, she just concluded, "Don't take the dog to the back anymore." You know, once in a while, I try to take him back there, and when you go, you sit and look, and then the backyard would just terrify the dog. The fence was built for the dog. It would just terrify the dog, and the dog would just run around. But I couldn't figure out what the dog was running away from. I mean, the dog was more intelligent in saving himself than me, because I didn't know what was going on until the gentlemen that are helping me, and we saw the bees in the ground infested and the entire ground when we moved the grass. And I had to go to the hospital. I came from the hospital. I said, "Yeah, Ox, you saved your own life," because I didn't know that was the reason. You see, so that's that. Every time we try to go somewhere, when you see us turning to this gate, you fight and get himself out. So that's the primary reason the dog ran away, and that's the primary reason he ran away. And the other reason is he was accustomed to his exercise in the back. Okay. Now let me go to the specific issue. I'm sorry for going around the bush. One of the incidents, Alicia indicated that she was afraid to get out of her truck. Crystal was walking her dog on the cross street, and I was walking my dog. And when I came to Crystal, I said, I held my dog. No, she was walking the dog, and I was walking my dog. And my dog went off. I don't know when he got off the leash or something. Whether he was off the leash or not, I'm not too certain. But I held him because I didn't want him to run to Crystal dog. And Alicia was driving, and she stopped at Green Ridge. Now, yeah, I forgot the street name of the cross street. She stopped at the cross street, and I started looking at her. I said, "Why is she stopping? All the other cars passed." I said, "Why is she stopping?" I'm trying to take care of my dog, and Krista was right there too on the other side, trying to stop my dog from going to Krista dog, because if I turn my dog loose, my dog is going to run to Krista dog. And she was there watching. I don't know if she was taking picture or Krista was taking picture. Krista may have taken picture and given it to her. And she stopped there for about 5-10 minutes. And then eventually what happened? She drove away. I mean, I sent pictures to Robin. Robin, if you can show the pictures on the cross street. Let me not suffer from the name of the cross street. I don't know what mental problem. I'm 71 years old, sir, madam.
Was it Green Acres?
Yeah, Green Acres. This is Green Acres. Now, if you look 1, 2, 3, 4, that's Alicia's house, four blocks down the street. And she stopped at Green Acres and said she was afraid of my dog. My dog was a threat to her. Green Acres all the way at 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4th house. That's our house. And she said my dog was a threat, and we were down the street here. Krista and myself. Krista was on the other side. I was holding my dog from Krista, not to go to Krista dog. So that answered this question right there. It's all made up. It's just manufactured. She just doesn't know how to explain it. But she knows there's no justification. She and Krista were communicating with one another. Why I was struggling with my dog. I believe they were communicating who's going to take the picture. Who's going to take the picture? That was the more intent. Who's going to take the picture this time? Okay? I think I explained that. Can you show I think the side of the house? Can we show that picture again, please?
Mr. Pema, before we go through any more pictures, I just have a couple questions. In the videos that we saw, is that indeed your dog?
The dog? Yeah, that's my dog, yes.
That is your dog, yes.
Yes.
Okay, do you disagree that the dog was running loose in those videos?
The dog was running away from the bees.
No, I understand that, but I understand you said he was running from the bees, but you were not holding a leash for the dog, correct?
No, upon the leash. What happened? I suffer from high blood pressure. And when the dog was running away from... Yeah, okay.
No, I understand, but in the video, in the videos that we saw,
yes.
Do you disagree that the dog was out of your hands and running loose?
You mean the leash, with the leash on it?
Were you holding the leash?
I was holding the leash. But the dog just pulled itself.
And the dog got away from you, correct?
The dog got away from me. Let me explain that again. And because ox is a very intelligent animal. Sometimes when ox and myself are walking, he would sit down when he gets tired. And then I'll say, ox, let's go. So most of the time, what happened is I will not be conscious that he's pulling away. We'll be walking a normal walk, and then he just all of a sudden he just take away. And I was not conscious of the bees incident. So when I get out, we'll be walking, taking to the back. I think we're gonna have a normal walk to the back. He will slip away. Those are now in certain instances when he tried to slip away, I would grab him and then grab him by the collar. And you say you're not going there, and he would rather walk back in the house than to go into the fence. So I said, what's wrong with the fence? I was not conscious that the bees were in there. What's wrong with the fence? He'd rather come back in the house and he would cool off in the house, but by the time we turned towards the fence, he would pull up and leave. So that's basically what happened about the dogs leaving. I don't know if I answered all the questions. There was a lot of questions that I didn't respond to, but I got my explanation. I provided them to Robin. It's written out.
We got that. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, I got a question for you. Is it your testimony then that in the 4 videos that were presented by Miss Ross that your dog was running from the bees in each one of them?
In most of the cases, the dogs were running from the bees. Now I recall what happened the last time the dog ran from the dog and myself went to Walmart. It just came to memory. I didn't put that in my notes. It just came when he got out of the car. I told Ox, get down. and I was bringing him out of the car. I thought he was going to get down out of the car. And then by the time he jumped down from the car, that's what he pulled off. I think he was accustomed to running wild in the back, those exercises. So that's why he wanted to try. That's why he was running wild. So that could be the reason. I don't know what the reason why he ran wild. Why he ran wild at that time, because of the exercises he was accustomed to that are cut off. It was abruptly cut off from him. So when he got out of the car from Walmart, he just took off. And I couldn't run behind him. I said, if I run behind this dog, I will fall, and I'm going to run. So normally when he run out, he would stop. When he stopped, I'm going to grab him by the leash and bring him back. Or at times when he run off the leash, I put the leash back on him. Right now, I have double leashes for him, in fact. Let me also explain this. It just came to memory. The incident Alicia mentioned about the dog running to her house. When I first came here, her husband was passing by. And the first thing he said, he just started insulting. So I can't use the word, I'm sorry. I can't use the word he used. And I looked at him, I was expecting him to greet me as a neighbor. But his words, I mean, from California, I'm accustomed to that from Campton or Watts. You know, I said, why would he talk to me like that? And his wife was on the board. And subsequent to that, I got something from the board and I addressed that, and that was dismissed. So I said, okay, that's fine. When her mother came, said, don't mind him, he's crazy. Don't mind him, he's always acting like that. Then her mother and myself became friends. Then he said, oh, you know, my daughter got bitten by a dog, so we're afraid of dog. I said, really? I said, the dog will not harm you. Then I started taking the dog over to the mother's house, Alicia's house. I took the dog there, and the grandmother brought the kids, and they were playing with the dog. I said, you see, the dog is not harmful.
Okay.
The dog is not harmful at all, and she saw it. The next day, I think I never saw her at the house, and I saw the husband mother. I think probably they saw that in the video. They got upset with the grandmother and told the grandmother to leave. So subsequent to that, but before that, I was upset with the grandmother because the grandmother called the police and told the police I had a stray dog.
Mr. Payman, I don't mean to, I like to allow people to tell their own story, but we are getting so far away from the 4 dates that were presented that I'm just going to have to rein it in a little bit. I apologize, but the 4 dates in question and just the presentation that Ms. Ross just made, we need to focus on those. And your response was that the dog was apparently running from bees, that it was afraid of the bees in your backyard.
That's the primary reason. The dogs were running from the bees.
Okay.
And the dog got accustomed to Alicia's grandmother. When she came, and she and myself became friends. If I was in the fence, she would talk across to me. I would talk to her. We became friends. And I told her how the husband insulted me the first day I came here. And she said, do not pay attention to the husband. So I said, the dog, she told me her daughter was bitten by a dog. So that's the reason they're afraid of dog. So I said, oh, the dog is not harmful. So I said, bring the dog. I'll bring the dog and show you that the dog is not harmful. I brought the dog and took the dog to Alicia's house with the grandmother, and they brought the kids. So the dog got used to that. So when the dog ran to Alicia, she said she stand still. She didn't stand still. The dog knew the place. He ran there and he stopped. But she didn't play with the dog, so that's why the dog went away.
Okay.
Okay. So it was not that she was brave, brave, etc.
So there's no dispute that in her videos that it indeed was your dog and it indeed was you in the photos that were presented, correct?
Yeah, the dogs indeed remain in the photos that were presented, but the dog was not on her property. The dog ran off my property to her property. In fact, at that time, we didn't have no property line. I mean, there was property line, but there was no demarcation. This is my property. I used to walk across. So the dog is on my property. And then when the dog was trying to run loose, The dog left
Here, Greg.
and went
I'm
on the
sorry.
side of the other property to run in the backyard, the common area.
Okay. Greg Fuentes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You have your
Okay.
hand.
Let me address the
yeah.
incident as I
Wait.
wrote them.
I have a question. I have a question.
Yes.
Yes. I understand the possibility of the bees situation, everything. I was curious, have you done anything to, I could see by the video that you struggled to contain the dog, and sometimes you let the dog walk without a leash. What have you been doing, or like maybe a certain training, or gone to a school? Have you been doing anything to improve your control of the dog? Because I hear a lot of justification, like, and not so much a solution or a plan to move forward, and maybe you're implementing one right now. So I'm just curious if you have any input on that. It's something you're doing to kind of, depending in the future, kind of looking for a long-term solution and not so much justification and of the situation.
Okay. I walk a dog with double leash most of the time nowadays. One. And what I wanted to present, the video I wanted to present here, the video I wanted to present is the dog. They gave one picture of the dog. And we've been 2 years. Out of 2 years, she got 4 or 5 pictures that are very detrimental to the dog. I'm sure she got thousands of other pictures that are very friendly to the dog, but she's not presenting those pictures. But I wanted to present pictures of the dog playing with other neighbors. That's what I wanted the panel to see, because the only picture you see is the dog running loose. But if I can, I can't get to that. But Robin, please, if you can you show those pictures of some? Yeah, that's one of the neighbors. That's one of the neighbors there. And he myself was even discussing the dog incident. He said, "Oh, your dog is a nice dog." I said, "Oh, the fine complaint on me." That's why you were playing with the dog. That's Luis. Luis was playing with the dog. Luis is the first house on the opposite side. That's Luis' house. And he was playing with the dog. There's another neighbor here playing with the dog. I got a lot of other pictures of the neighbors playing with the dogs. You see, there's Ox close to the man there, playing with the man. They presented a negative pictures of the dog, and the dog is not that. The dog is a friendly dog. The dog just want to play with people. That's what the dog wants.
Mr. Pema?
But they don't want to play with the dog. Even they don't want the children to speak to me.
Mr.
So I'm
Pema?
not even concerned about that.
Mr. Pema, I have a question for you. I
Yes,
know
sir.
that your dog in the pictures here have a leash on it.
Yes,
Who's holding the leash?
I'm holding the leash.
Okay.
I'm holding the leash. Even the other picture with Luis, he has a leash on it also.
Yes, I did notice that. Thank you.
And I got more pictures on my phone that the dog's on leash and playing with neighbors. In fact, I have pictures of my dog interacting with other dogs. The other neighbor down the street, he has a stroke. So he uses his dog to walk and get exercise all the time. So he and myself interact. Once in a while, the dog would bark at one another. He said, "Oh, stop, don't do that, don't that." And the dog would go to one another, interact. Another neighbor down the street, when I'm going down the street, he would bring his dog. He said, "Oh man, that dog is just looking for a woman or something like that. He's a male, he hasn't seen a woman." He would bring his dog, they would interact. Further down the street, there's a dog, there's a gentleman there with a dog. And every time he sees my dog, but his dog is in the fence, he would run to the dog and they would run up and down. The dog, when he sees dog, he runs to the dog. When he sees dogs, he runs to the dog. That's why I was trying to prevent the dog from running to Crystal dog. See? Okay. Yeah. So the dog is a friendly dog. The dog is a friendly dog from Delaware up to here.
Okay.
I had training with the dog. I had training with the dog when I had pressure.
All right,
So,
Mr. Payman.
Yes, sir.
We have two other. I think yes, we have two other cases pending. So, have you responded to, or do you feel like you have responded to Mrs. Ross's complaints sufficiently.
Was the document, my response, written response presented to you all?
Your response is in the case file, and I'm sure have all the commissioners got copies of that, and have we all read that? Yep.
I have a question, please.
Robin?
I just wanted to make sure that you all saw Miss Ross may still have something else to say, but she did post a couple things in the chat, it looks like, and I just wanted to make sure that the members of the commission.
Oh, I saw them.
Okay.
I saw them. We're getting back. We're getting ready to get back to her.
If you all haven't read them, I can summarize them as fast as possible by complaint. I wrote them by citation number and complainant.
Yes, we've been through them. Believe me, we read them. We were provided copies of them, and you've repeated a sufficient amount of it in your testimony.
Okay, so I don't have to elaborate on them.
No,
okay.
we got that. I could probably recite it to you.
Please don't.
No, but I read it. You know, we all get copies of it before we have the hearings, so we're all familiar with the opposing parties' views plus the complainant. So at this time, Mr. Payman, we're going to allow.
In summary, what I want to say, in summary, as indicated in the pictures, Ox is a friendly dog. And he wants to interact with people and play with people. I take him to the car wash, he interact with people. I take him to the store, he interact with people and play. Sometimes he wants to go on his own. I don't know what, I haven't studied what that means. You know, the dog want to go on their own and do their own thing sometimes. So I've tried to pull him back sometimes. But the primary reason, I want to reiterate that, the primary reason for the dog losing himself off was the bees. And now the vet was not cognizant of that, despite the lab test. And I was not cognizant of that until I got bitten by the bees. Thank God I was not contagious of that.
That leads me to a question. Have you taken any action to put some like bee spray out there? Or,
oh no, I took more than enough action. The entire bag here is on my phone. I put pavers. The entire bag here is paved. I took all the grass out. So there are no more bees. There are no more bees around. I just paved the entire backyard. Just paved it. I mean, after going to the hospital, I paved the entire backyard. And I put the fence over there, and I decide where I'm going to do the same thing to that.
I just want to say this before we move on to Miss Ross. And I'm sure Ox is a nice dog, that he's friendly, and that, you know, in the proper circumstances that he would be, you know, a nice dog to play with and everything. However, we have leash laws in the county that they have to be under control. So that's the issue that we have here, is that the animal gets loose and is not under the control of its owner or a walker. So with that, I'm going to allow Ms. Ross to come back and make some statements, and then hopefully we can move on to the next case. I believe the commission, we're going to deliberate after we hear all the complaints. Is that correct?
Yes, I just want to add something.
I'm talking
after the bee incident, the dog has never been off leash.
Mr. Evans, I have a question for Mr. Payman.
Okay, go ahead, Jackie.
Mr. Payman, is there an entrance from your house into your back fenced yard, or do you only have to walk around to the outside?
The answer there is no, but I want to give you the reason why.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You mean if there's an exit? There's an exit, but it's high up. I need to put some stairs down there. And I've been sick for 2 years in bed most of the time, walking my dog while I'm sick. I just started fixing this house out because I'm getting some energy back now. The fence on the other side there, I just put that fence there about 3 weeks ago. And the paver was done about the paper is in the process of being finished. So I'm in the process of doing something. If I was extremely ill, I couldn't do anything.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go back to the commission. We're going to hear all of these cases before we adjourn for deliberation, correct? Everybody in agreement with that?
I think that would make the most sense.
Yes. Okay. With that in place, then we're going to go back to Ms. Ross, allow her to make her rebuttal statements, whatever, and hopefully we can move on.
Hi, I mean, you guys see in the picture, he has actually got the fence on his side, but that's where the door is for him to enter and exit out of his fence on that side. And then he has one all the way in the back. However, as you can see in the pictures that he actually posted or presented to the case, he planted rose bushes that actually bring bees. So the problem won't be solved if the dog was actually running from bees. But at the time, we didn't have any rose bushes or bee problems. As you saw, the guy that was just coming in here, he was actually an exterminator that was exterminating my house. We've never had a bee problem over here.
Okay.
But that's all I have.
Does any commissioner have questions for anybody else? I think we got the full picture here.
I do, please.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Ms. Ross, you filed the public safety threat, and I'm wondering why you did that.
So that was, I think Miss Jennifer had asked me about that as well, but that's the one where the dog actually ran up to me on, on June 13th, the dog ran up to me, and that's where you see the dog running away from me.
Yeah, I understand that can be scary. Did the dog do anything else aggressively towards you or threaten you?
No, it just ran up towards me.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with that, thank you, Ms. Ross. Crystal, I believe if you have anything else to add, we're going to move on here to the next complainant. Robin, who would be
Sorry, Ed, are you going to do the next complainant, or are you going to rule on these 4 citations?
we're going to deliberate after we hear all the complaints.
Okay. So our next case, we have Miss Graham up here already, I think. So we'll go ahead and go with Crystal Graham versus Mr. Pema. Miss Graham, is anyone else needed as a witness in yours?
No.
Okay, so I will downgrade Miss Ross. And then we can proceed.
Okay.
I want to remind both of you that you are still sworn in.
Okay.
Okay, Crystal, you can proceed.
So on the evening of July 10th, I was out with my dog. I have a Bichon Frise, and we had went on an evening walk, and then I came back and I started talking to my neighbor who lives 2 doors down, Miss Counts. So we were talking, and Lisa also joined us. I still had my dog on the leash, and the defendant's dog got away from him because he came out to walk his dog also that day. And it was in the evening, and the dog got loose and ran over to where we were. We were in front of Mrs. Counts' garage, which her garage was open. But we were outside of the garage, and the defendant's dog got away from him again on that day, and he came over to where my dog was. Although he didn't attack my dog, but I was afraid for my dog because you never know what could happen, the potential of what his dog may do. with his dog running up so quickly to my dog, and I just kept telling him, get your dog, get your dog. And he kind of like sauntered over and got him. It was like I didn't see no effort where he was trying to even get him quickly or calling him. He just kind of walked over to get him, but I felt afraid for my dog at the time. And there were times like we did have other incidents, like I said, with his dog running, and he mentioned how his dog was strong, really strong. And I said, well, he keeps his dog tethered sometimes in the front yard and he happened to get loose. And just these instances occurring multiple times, I'm afraid for my dog. I'm afraid for other dogs and kids in the neighborhood who may encounter the dog. But on this day, on July 10th, that's when I said pretty much enough is enough. And I decided to file the complaint because of the way his dog was loose and running up to my dog in an aggressive manner. So I also in the past had made suggestions that maybe he could get a dog walker if his dog was very strong and too strong for him to manage. Maybe he could get a Rover, because I said they walk your dogs, and he hasn't done that. So I just tried to make a suggestion, being in the position that I'm in as the community president and trying to actually help everyone in the neighborhood. So that's all I have to say. But I did want to share another video. I don't know if Robin has the video from the 10th, July 10th, when you can see the dog out. So this was the video. So
And this video applies to which citation?
The July 10th.
6-4 or 6-2?
I can't tell what the number is.
You know, with July 10th?
Yes, but I don't know the number.
Oh.
So just to be clear, Miss Graham did 2 for the July 10th incident, 1 for at large and
Right.
1 for public safety threat while at large. It's both for this same incident. It was while at large chases or approaches a lawfully restrained domestic animal in an aggressive manner.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Robin.
For both citations. Correct, Miss Graham?
Right.
Thank you.
Could you play the video one more time, please?
Absolutely.
There's a second video. This is the second video where we were when he came back out to try to explain about the dog and what happened.
Who is screaming, "You better get the dog" in the background?
That's me.
Okay.
Because I had my dog who was on a leash. So I was trying to pull my dog so that he wouldn't get my dog in a sense. But I didn't pick my dog up. I was just trying to maneuver around him, and his dog's leash was actually wrapped like around my legs.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
And then, so the other video is the video where he was explaining why his dog was loose because he's trying to train him. If Robin could show that video. This is the same day on the 10th, the same evening.
Talking to you. I finished talking to you. I finished talking to you. We don't speak. So I don't know why you're talking to me.
Because you let your dog go on purpose. And you let your dog go over here, come over here.
I just don't want the dog in my driveway.
Look,
Keep your dog over there. What's the problem?
let me tell you something now.
What is the problem?
Hold up.
It's not a
What is the
problem.
problem? It's not like that.
Hold on, Daddy. Hold
It's
on,
not that
Daddy.
over
It's
here,
not a
bro.
problem.
Hold on, Daddy.
The dog was all the way back there, and I was bringing it inside. And it saw the other dog and roll over there.
The dog came to our driveway.
Yeah,
Off
because he
the
saw the
leash
other
was
dog
texting,
there.
So I just told him.
That don't matter.
Bring the dog
I
in
keep
my-
him on the leash all the time.
But he wasn't.
He wasn't.
I'm trying to train him. I'm trying to train him to walk with a leash.
That's not our
Why
problem.
people out here though?
Eh?
Why people out here?
Yeah, we go to the car wash
Sir,
every
the
day.
dog is making people uncomfortable. Just keep him on the leash.
I keep him on the leash. I keep him on the leash. The only people uncomfortable here, you are not even uncomfortable because
I'm telling you, this is right off my
This is our
driveway.
driveway. She don't want.
She
the
don't
dog
have
in
to
our
run.
driveway.
She shouldn't have to run into her garage because your dog is out here.
You understand? You understand? There's no reason for the dog to come in your driveway.
What are you not understanding about just keeping it on the leash?
I kept it on the leash.
He wasn't on the
How?
leash, so
If
he
he's
would have been
not
in my
on the leash.
driveway. Over here.
When I trained my dog to walk,
Dog, you saying two different things. Keep the dog on the leash when you walking it around here. Simple.
I keep it on the leash. I'm trying to train the dog. That's all I'm trying to do.
So train him in your backyard.
Yeah, it doesn't walk in the back here because the bees or something.
Yeah.
No, there's no reason to be afraid of the dog. Okay, I'm just talking to you as a neighbor. All right.
As a neighbor, I don't want the dog in our driveway.
It's not coming in your driveway.
He was just,
in the driveway.
Come in your driveway.
He was in the driveway.
I had to run in my house. My kids be out here, so I don't want your dog
don't even bother the
unleashed
kids. The dog
in
don't-
my driveway.
the dogs don't
He
down
came
there.
from there. I seen him. I don't play.
Your dog came in here.
Unleashed, running to my
No, he
driveway.
was not running. He came from here. He was walking.
You couldn't catch him. You couldn't even catch
The
him.
dog was in my driveway. Don't have the dog in my driveway.
The dog.
Don't have it because it's something happened to your dog because he's in my driveway.
Yeah, he's trying to justify his dog being off the leash.
There's no need to argue. Okay? All right, I just trained my dog to walk by
That's
itself.
good. You go
Everybody
over there.
train that dog, and the dog
You
walks
can go over there, sir.
Yeah.
That's
Not
what
a
I
pit
do.
bull.
You can go over there.
If the dog was not here, the dog
Yeah.
was
Sir,
running.
So he don't have. I can have my dog wherever I want to have him.
It's over. I just want to let you know. Okay. Yeah, it's over. Yeah. I mean, no problem. Okay.
Beat it. So it's just a continuous problem. Just want to actually have his dog on a leash properly and him to be able to control the dog. That would be great.
Okay,
That's it.
I think we got the picture. No pun intended there, but Mr. Pema, I'm going to allow you to respond to this particular incident. We don't have to go back to everything that had been said in the previous. Just this one incident concerning Miss Graham. Okay, you're muted, sir. You're still muted, sir. You're muted, sir.
Am I stay muted?
There you go.
Okay. There are two complaints there. There are two complaints. Robin, you said it was one of threat, public threat. For some reason, my eyes didn't see that. The documents I got. I'm asking Robin because she made a clarification.
What documents are you referring to, sir? Your letter?
Oh, these citation here. I was trying to look for. There's so many.
Oh,
What are you trying to understand, Mr. Pima?
You said on one of the citation had public threat.
Public safety threat. Yes, hold on.
What number was that?
Hold on.
This is the one that ends in 6-4, Mr. Pima.
6-4.
Yep, the one that ends in 6-4.
It's 4.
And then for that same day, the one that ends in 6-2 is for running at large.
Pitbull ran up to my dog in an aggressive manner. You said 6-4 was public safety threat?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see that. I reiterated the concern here. Concern is the same matter. Okay, basically what happened to Crystal, she considered herself the president. She actually not a valid president because she was not elected with a quorum. She had a meeting, but 1/3 of the people elected her. I questioned that, so she doesn't like me for that. So I just want to clarify that. And I want to clarify on the roses first. Those roses I planted back there, I'm still planting the roses. There were no roses planted back there. There were no roses there. I just planted those roses. I'm still in the process of planting. I think last week I planted some of the roses before I move further. Okay, back to Crystal complaint. Crystal walked her dog for about 30 minutes and 45 minutes. We passed one another on Green Ridge. And I walked my dog, and I held my dog, and we passed each other. My dog was exhausted. I said, let's go for the last round of walk in the complex. And we went down the street. When we went down the street, we were walking, and there were cars parked on the side. I had my dog walking beside me. That's why I'm training my dog to walk beside me, because he was exhausted, so he won't pull me. Because normally he always in the front pulling me. So he was walking right beside me, and I was kind of relaxed. And when I looked, he slipped, and he went down to Desiree house, the house opposite my house. So I started calling the ox. Again, I didn't want to run after him. Okay, and Crystal pulled a dog, and Desiree called her husband. The video she presented is an edited video because the husband came down, were ready to punch me. They took that out of the video. The only part that showed was the discussion we're having. I even mentioned that to the animal control officer that came. I said, oh, the man wanted to punch me, said he was going to get in trouble. And Crystal was the one I shot at. Oh, Dijon or something. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. And the husband and the wife was shouting, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. So she showed the second half of the video where we're having discussion afterward. And if you look in the video, I was on the other side of the street, my side of the street, and he was still demanding that I go on my side of the street, as if to say they got control over the property. Go on that side. I was on my side of the street. Go on the side. Go to the back area. Go to the back area. That's basically what happened. And Desiree filed a complaint, and Crystal filed 2 different complaints. So for the same incident, there's 3 different complaints. And the animal control Officer Adams came in on the 11th. On the 11th, he didn't meet me at my house. He left a notice here. That's a notice he left. On my way, that was the time I took Ox to Walmart. We didn't go into Walmart to do some purchasing. And I came back, I met him. He said, oh, can we discuss this now since you're here? I said, yes. We discussed the incident. And he said, don't do that. Don't let your dog go into other people's yard, because when you let your dog go into other people's yard, they got a right to kill the dog. So I said, okay, I would make sure my dog doesn't go into other people's yard. That was the conclusion on that case, and I forgot about it. And all of a sudden, I got all these 3 different complaints on the same case after they have colluded and formed a conspiracy to file different complaints. And let me reiterate the fact that Alicia's complaint has filed back months and months. Some of them are filed back to months and months. So they spend time in the Syria garage, and they spend time in Alicia garage looking through videotapes that Crystal had and other people had to file complaints. So it's a planned and orchestrated action by them to file all these complaints at one time after the July 10 incident. Desiree indicated, if I still remember something, oh, you're a crook, you're a crook, you're a crook.
Mr.
He
Fama,
doesn't even,
Mr. Fama, we're not,
Yes.
we're not on Desiree's complaint yet. That is next.
okay, yeah,
Okay?
okay, I won't that, but she, okay, it was the same, she filed this July 10, okay, we're not on her complaint. I won't mention that, but that's basically what happened. Because Krista said, I think she spent 45 minutes walking the dog, and I spent about 45 minutes walking my dog. We crossed, intersected, we went on Green Reach. I passed by her. Every time I go to pass by Krista, I would hold my dog because I know my dog would run to Krista dog. So I would hold my dog, and we passed. I thought she was going home, and I walked all the way to the end of the complex, and she was still down here talking. I didn't know she was there. I didn't know her dog was there. So when I was coming, there were a couple of cars on the side of the road. I think Alicia's truck and her husband got a van. About 3 trucks on the road. And between those trucks, when the dog saw Krista dog, that's when he slipped and went out to Krista dog. And they all were sitting and they all ran away. And Desiree called her husband. That's how she got the video. And the husband came down. That's how they got the video.
Okay.
That's basically what happened.
Let me ask you one question, because ironically, it was in my head to ask you this, because you speak of your health, and hopefully God will help you with your health.
He's doing good on that.
That's good.
Yeah,
I wish you were.
I was in bed for 2 years. I was in bed for 2 years. Now I can even talk.
Very
So
good.
Thank God. I give the grace to Mike. Thanks for your compliment
Very good. And wish you well and continuing wellness.
Yes.
However, I couldn't help but see in some of the videos that when Ox got away from you,
yes,
that there really wasn't too much urgency to retrieve him. And I was going to ask after I saw the first one, if you have any problems hiring a professional dog walker for future, for future things, but somebody that can, that can control the dog. Because I honestly, I see that, your blood pressure, your diabetes, and things of that nature, it can make you weak. And if the dog gets away, you're not going to be able to run after it as quick as an 18-year-old anymore. I couldn't either. So don't feel bad about that. But I just have to ask if you would, consider that, because that seems to be the issue here, is that it gets away from you. And other than that, there's, but it gets away from you. And we do have leash laws. And it has the dog outside of its own property has to be under control. And I just have to ask before we move on, if that would be a consideration for you.
Thanks for the blessing, and thanks for the question. Yeah, 2 years ago when I first came here, that would have been a consideration. I would say a year and a half ago, that would have been a consideration. But at this stage, I just indicated my blood pressure was 171 over 90, about 90, 93 or 96 when I got up this morning. But during the evening hours, my blood pressure goes down sometimes to 127 over 75. You see? So the only problem I have, which the commission has resolved, is when I get up in the morning now, I'll take my dog off because I need to come and fix his chicken and microwave and thing. Just right in the yard here, he urinates, he does all his thing. That 15 minutes, even when I can walk, you can leave him there for 15 minutes, but I don't normally leave him there. I stay with him and bring him back in. When my pressure is okay, that's when I take him for walking nowadays. I mean, the doctor said I can't even believe that from 171 this evening when I check my pressure, it would be about 120 something or 75. So God working in a mysterious way. I'm healthy enough to take care of my dog at this stage. what you suggested, that's something that could be done a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something that could be done at the time. At the time, I was just didn't know what to do. Even a friend suggested to me, "Can you give your dog away?" I said, "No, I was not going to give my dog away." But now I'm in control. I'm in a position to take care of my dog. I'm healthy enough. I'm not stupid and ignorant enough to know my pressure is high. The only reason I came here with 171, I sat through this. I had to double my medication because I won't do that. But because I had this meeting, I have to come to this meeting today. So that's what I sat with, as high blood pressure. Because normally I wait until my pressure goes down. And for some reason, my pressure history is when I go to sleep, my pressure goes up. I don't know why it should go down. Early in the morning, that's the time I get up with high blood pressure. But during the day when I take my medication, it becomes normal.
Okay.
That's started happening recently. That's just started happening recently.
So all in all, you feel as if you can control your dog now.
I can control my dog now. If my pressure is high, I won't take my dog outside.
Okay.
I won't take him outside.
We'll move on from that.
Okay.
I have a question for Mr. Payma.
Sure, Jackie, go ahead.
Mr. Payma, I sympathize with your situation. I myself am recovering from a stroke, and I have a large dog that I work with as well. Have you, for doing your off-leash training, is there some place where you can go that it has a contained area to do that? Because on the street is not the place to do your off-leash training because you can't control.
No, I normally don't do off-leash training, no.
Well, but you have talked in your testimony, you've talked a number of times about, if I understood it correctly, that one of the reasons why Ox was running on the street was because you were walking.
No, that's what she said. That's not what I said. That's what Krista said. I don't do off-leash training. Mr.
Payma, did you not make that statement earlier on in the video that was presented that you were trying to train your dog off the leash? I believe that was your statement earlier. Am I not correct here?
That I trained my dog off the leash? No. When my dog pulled off, he was not off the leash. When my dog ran to them, the leash was on him. If you put the video back on, you'll see the leash on the dog. My dog was not off the leash.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then I have a question for Ms. Graham too, when the time is appropriate.
I think you can do that now, Jackie. Go ahead. We're going to wrap this up.
But the last thing I forgot is I was speaking to the officer on an animal control officer, Adam. He came and resolved that July 10th issue. It was all resolved. And after the conspiracy, they decided to file another complaint on the same issue.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Robin or Curran, but I don't think that Officer Adams resolved the issue because we have the issues in front of us today as the citations that are allowed to be filed by your neighbors. So the conception that Officer Adams resolved the issues is misplaced. So Jackie, did you have a question for Ms.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Graham, if you could tell me, please, on the day that Ox approached you and your dog at your house, I think in your driveway, can you tell me about what Ox was doing, how he acted towards you?
It was not, I wasn't in my driveway. I was 2 doors down from my driveway. And his dog kind of ran over really quickly. And he was like, I was trying to move my dog. And as I was moving my dog, his chain was like wrapping around my ankles as I was moving my dog, like he was trying to get to him. And it was kind of like, I'm pulling the chain around in circles, moving in circles. So his dog was going around in the circles with us as I was trying to move my dog to keep them apart.
And so can you describe what Ox's demeanor was while he was doing that? Understand that, leashes loose around you can be a little frustrating.
As if he was trying to like get to him. He wasn't growling or nothing, but he was trying to just get to him, maybe even sniff on him or whatever. But I didn't want to take that chance to see because I don't know what his dog is capable of doing.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we got the picture on these complaints and the response. If there are no further questions, I guess we'll move on to Ms. Desiree Count's complaints.
Ms. Counts,
Thank you both for your participation.
I see she has her hand up. I'm going to bring her up before I downgrade anybody. Make sure that we have the appropriate people on the call.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Miss Counts. Nope. Yes, Miss Counts.
Okay.
Are you going to need Miss Graham or Miss Ross for your complaint?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and I see that one of your complaints is also for July 10th. Is that the same exact incidents as Miss
Yes.
Graham's? Is that a
Yeah.
duplicate?
Yeah, it's just my recollection of events pretty much because it was at my driveway. So
Okay, so commission members, before I call her case, do you want her testimony on Miss Graham's?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then we're gonna swear you in first.
Okay.
So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you declare under penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Desiree Counts. My address is 208 Green Ridge Lane, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ms. Counts, you will be testifying in Crystal's complaint for July 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll hear your statement along with that, probably taken out of order, but commissioners, just remember that this is the same incident that was just described by Crystal.
Correct.
Okay?
And I'm gonna keep it brief. The picture is already painted, the narrative is already there. This is a rather new development. So we've all moved here at the same time 2 years ago. So we've been dealing with this dog off the leash for 2 years now. He's been training this dog for 2 years now. And I know and then is it possible to share my screen? I just want to give you an idea when we say that the dog is tethered.
It should tell you.
Let me see.
Down towards the bottom.
I don't think it'll let me share my screen. Yeah, it's not letting me.
Excuse me, may I add, if you hit like Alt ALT on your keyboard, S like Sam, it should pull up the share option.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm on a MacBook, so my permissions won't allow me.
Okay.
But I have a picture. I could just email it to you, Robin, really quickly.
I'm sorry, I'm on Mac too. There's a share screen at the bottom.
Yeah, my permissions won't allow me to.
Okay, they have to allow you.
Yeah, my permissions won't allow me, but I can send the email to you right now really quick, Robin. But the picture is, well, actually, Crystal, I can share it to you and you could probably share your screen. When we say when the dog is tethered in the front yard, that's the picture Crystal possibly can share on her screen. But that's what we mean, that the dog is on a leash, unattended in the front yard, tied to a stick, but the chain is long enough to reach the sidewalk. So when the kids in recent, I know he said that he no longer allows the dog to be tied up, but the picture that I'm showing, well, we'll show, was from July 30th. So he still does it. And then my husband goes for runs in the mornings. So when he goes for runs, the dog is outside when the kids are going to the bus stop, when the kids are coming home from the bus stop. The dog is always out there. And for me, I have little kids. I have a 5-year-old and I have an 11-month-old. And like he showed you, we kind of block our driveway off, and I allow my 11-month-old to be in the walker. So when the dog on July 10th came running to my driveway, that's why I got so upset, because my kids could have been in the driveway, and I had this pit bull beelining to my driveway because he picks and chooses when for his dog to be on a leash. And in the video that they had showed, you see that the dog was already off leash by the time he got to in front of Alicia's house. The dog was like 3 feet ahead of him by the time he comes into camera view. So that's not accurate. And I have called animal control plenty of times on him. I didn't even know about the fraud affidavits until I called animal control about the July 10th incident. And they advised me to do the affidavit before the incident. But before that, I was just calling animal control. He would have the dog outside, unattended, tethered in the cold, in the winter. I felt bad. He'd be out there for hours. He would not come out there. And I know he explains his health issues and things like that. But those pavers that are in his backyard, he was doing the wheelbarrow, pulling them back there with a friend himself. So it's just a matter of, you can't control the dog. You take the dog for a walk, but the dog is really walking you. And then he admitted to tethering the dog in the backyard unattended. And he doesn't have a door to get to the backyard. You have to walk around to the only door he had access to on the sides of his house. He's blocked off with rocks and rose bushes. And every time the dog is off leash, the videos paint the picture. There is zero urgency. On the night of July 10th, he never apologized. The dog beeline to us. Crystal's literally raising her, mind you, we were outside talking because we put together a back to school block party for the neighborhood. And that's what we were actually discussing. And we were out there talking so long, Crystal's dog started to lay down in my driveway because we were just talking. And so when the dog beeline, Crystal's literally pulling the leash of her dog in the air, because you see zero urgency to come control the dog, recall the dog. He came over there. He never apologized. He just wanted to fuss about HOA stuff and clearly get off subject. And it's just no accountability. And again, I have little kids, like Lisa said, a lot of our kids migrate to Lisa's house. And we kind of have to migrate them in the garage when he's out walking the dog. And I have a little one that's just starting to walk. So she's in a walker, either in the garage, kind of walking out to the driveway a little bit. But then I have this pit bull that the owner can't control across the street. And again, I wasn't aware of the affidavits until my final animal control call. And they told me about the affidavits. And that's when I literally took the paper up to animal control myself. But before that, I was just calling animal control, and they would come out, they would talk to him. But again, we've all been here for 2 years around the same time. And nothing has been different. Nothing has changed besides him putting up the fence and the ugly rocks. Nothing has been done. The dog is still off the leash. He still makes him come out when the kids are walking to the bus stop, walking home from the bus stop. He makes it uncomfortable. 2 weeks ago, his dog got off the leash and was grabbing at Kim's little dogs in my front yard. So nothing has changed. It's not getting better. And then I also had an affidavit for the next day of July 11th. In the morning, he brought the dog outside again. I think when he tries to put the dog in the car, he can't control the dog. So the dog just goes free, and he just kind of takes his time to call the dog, try to get the dog, but there's zero urgency. There's zero care for everyone else. And that's just the premise of it for me.
Okay. Very good. So you have no other witnesses or anything? And Robin, are you able to get that photograph or
Crystal?
Crystal, have you got it, or whoever?
Did you send? Got it.
Okay, so that is when we say he's tethered in the front yard. This is, he's tied to this stick, right to the right of the tree. You see that stick? And he's on a long chain that can go to the sidewalk. And the children, the bus stop goes on that side of the street. So the children walk down this sidewalk pictured in the front. And he always has, this is now, this picture was taken July 30th, I said, but he said he doesn't do this anymore. But again, the dog was outside unattended. And since school has started, he went back to having the dog outside in the morning when my husband's out. See, my husband goes for a run in the morning when the kids are going to the bus stop because he has the dog out there. So my husband makes sure he's out there around the time when the kids are walking to the bus stop and when they're walking back from the bus stop, because the dog is out there unattended, just like that. And the chain is long enough to reach the sidewalk.
Whose property is that the dog
That's
is
his
currently
property.
on?
That's his property. And that's because his front door faces my front door. So when I go out, that's what I see. And
that's
nobody's
on,
out there unattended.
And that's on July 10th?
No, this is July 30th. This picture is July 30th.
Okay. Hey, Robin, I can't find the counts information in the shared drive to look at those affidavits. Am I missing something?
I can pull them up.
I can see the citations, Robin, but I'm having a hard time. Can you just tell me which one is for the 10th and which one is for the 11th?
Yeah, that's what I was getting to.
So the 10th is the one that ends in 664.
Well, no, 664 is Crystal Graham.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong case file. Okay, so the 10th is the one that ends in 61. And
okay, so the 11th is 63.
Yep.
And that picture was taken on 7:30?
Yes, of the dog tethered outside the house.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just to kind of give you an idea of when we say he has a dog tied up outside, that's how he's tied up, unattended. And I've called the animal control about it because it would be the winter time, it would be cold, he'd be out there for a few hours, no food, no nothing. So I called animal control before, even in the summertime on hot days, he'd be out there. I guess when he doesn't feel like walking him, but he'll be tethered like that. But when the school starts, he's out there in the morning, for sure.
Mr. Pema, I do want to make sure that you heard earlier for the other case where we discussed that animals cannot be tethered without supervision unless it's for a 15-year period.
I would say that's a beautiful Hollywood script she just presented. Officer Adams and myself had a discussion 2 years ago, about 2 years ago when he first came. Said the dogs cannot be unattended out there. He and myself had a discussion, and I followed the instruction of Officer Adams that came to my house. When I received these complaints, and I went to the animal control office, and I was coming out, I saw the sign. The dog can be unattended for 15 minutes. And I asked the lady, that was about 2-3 weeks ago. I asked the lady, I said, but the officer told me dogs cannot be unattended on a chain. And she said, oh, take a picture of what you see at animal control. So I took a picture of that. I said, okay, that's a blessing for me. That's a blessing for me because 15 minutes is a long time. All I need to do when I get up in the morning, instead of walking in the back, I just put my dog up front and come and check and put this food in the microwave and then run back outside and I can get him. That dog was out there for 5 minutes. Her husband come running downstairs. As soon as I come outside, he come and take a chair and sit to take picture. And I turned my back. I said, take picture. I shut my door. I said, take the picture you want to take. He's not cognizant of the 15 minutes rules. So I take all the pictures. So that picture he's taking, recent pictures. I saw the husband coming, taking pictures. I said, go ahead and take all your pictures. They're not cognizant of the 15 minutes rules. So because of the 15 minutes rules, I had that flexibility, and I don't have to bring my dog, put him back in the cage to prepare his meal. So when I open the door, put him right out there, and just for him to, sometimes I stay with him. If I see anybody around the area, I stay with him. If there's nobody around the area, I can come outside, get his food. All I do in the morning is a routine. The first thing I do in the morning is get my dog chicken, microwave his chicken, so I can get his split ready. And in the main process, I said, I'll keep him out there for about 5 minutes, because the 5 minutes there, that gave him time. If he want to toilet, he can toilet. Because if you take the dog outside, and normally don't do anything, he would just stay there and look at me. So he doesn't do what he need to do. But when he urinating, he can urinate. But the toilet, he doesn't. Sometimes he toilet there, and sometimes he doesn't toilet. So I'll leave him up there and come. I said, let me go look at your food. So I go right back up there and bring him right in. So that picture that your husband come and sit right in front of the garage and take pictures. So I said, well, there's a 15 minutes rule. I don't know why he's taking all these pictures. So go ahead and have fun and take pictures. That's what I told myself. Go ahead and have fun and take pictures. After Adam told me that 2 years ago, you can't leave your dog unattended. I only got that. I don't know when they posted that at the animal control, but there's a bulletin board there. Said, you can't leave your owner teeter. There's a bulletin board. I asked the lady, can I get that rule? Because sometimes I have to slip in the house to leave my dog and slip in the house. She said, oh, there's no rule to that fact. We don't have it. Yeah, right there. Okay, she didn't give it to me, but she said, just take a picture of it. I took a picture. It's on my phone. I can show it to you on my phone right here. Hold on a second.
So this has on here that a person may not tether, fasten, chain, tie, or restrain a dog to a shelter, tree, fence, or any other stationary object, except a dog may be tethered, fastened, chained, or tied with a chain, rope, line, or similar restraint that shall be at least 10 feet long to allow a person to complete a temporary task that requires the dog to be restrained, or to allow the dog to eliminate or exercise, except for one 15-minute period per day.
That's it. That's 100% correct. That's what I saw. One 15-minute period. That's all.
I also want to make sure that you see that this says they may not be fastened by any means if the outdoor temperature is 32 degrees Fahrenheit or lower, or 90 degrees Fahrenheit or higher. And then you also need to provide these shelter and shade requirements. So if the dog is tethered,
he's just there for 5 minutes.
Outside, and you're not there, you need to provide shelter, shade, and the other requirements for animals outdoors.
I told you I want to leave him out there to come and put his food in the microwave sometimes when I get up in the morning. And that's even less than 5 minutes, that's all. But I see your husband coming down to take pictures. I said, let him take the picture he wants to take. It's not going to hurt me. So I leave him up there. But normally when he's there, I stand with him. They have picture. I mean, when they see me, they sit down like they're acting ignorant. I say I'm some dumb person.
Robin, can I just be clear that the tethering was not a charge, was it? This was not part of it.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure Mr. Paymo was aware, because I don't want him to end up in another difficult situation.
I just wanted to be clear that that was not one of the cases we're actually hearing.
No, I understood that to be some advice that was given.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's basically what I'm considering. I don't know how to respond to her because she never mentioned anything else. She went to different cases. What was it? I already explained about the July 10th, and what she said about July 11th is a complete. I don't know. She's a lady. I can't use that word, but I would say it's a Hollywood script. She's from California. I'm from California. That's how I got to know her. I asked her once. She said, I'm from California. I know, from Oakland or something. And I spoke to her twice. But
Mr. Evans, have we heard everything for all of the cases? Are these all of the witnesses and complainants against?
Yes, we're getting ready to wrap up now. As soon as
I need to make one statement.
Yeah.
Yesterday, since she moved to this complex, she does not. She goes in the garage. She never came outside except for the last 2 months. So everything she's talking about the past, she's not even cognizant of what transpired in this complex. It's just recently when I had an incident with a neighbor, they came outside to support the neighbor. That's when she started sitting in her garage too, and the neighbor sit in the garage. I think the last 2 months or the last 3 months, she never sat in that garage. She come drive, go in the garage, shut it down. I spoke to her 2 times. Congratulations when she had a child. I think when she was going to the post office or the mailbox, that's when I spoke to her. And another time, I think I said hi 2 times for the 2 years we've been in this complex. She never sat outside. Just in recent time now, they made it a habit to sit outside because the neighbor is sitting outside. And in fact, I don't have a back drive.
Mr. Pema, Mr. Pema,
They don't
with
have,
respect, sir.
They don't have nothing to
Mr. Pema, please, with
Yeah.
respect, sir, could we
Yes.
just stick to the charges that we're trying to get your testimony and the complainant's testimonies? You know, your HOA issues or your community issues are really outside the bounds of this commission. So if we could just stick to the topic, I'd appreciate it.
Ed, is there any reason we can't go into deliberations at this point?
Well, hold on just a second there, Jennifer. Mr. Pema,
Yes.
I take it that you have concluded?
No, I haven't concluded, but I was asked to respond to what she said. I was responding to what she said. Okay, my conclusion here is it's July 7th, July
Right.
11th. The July 11th filing is nothing but bogus filing. Never even happened. My dog is well trained. My dog, the first thing my dog comes out, he's so happy to get in the truck. He just jumped when he sees the door open. He would jump in the truck. I gotta tell him, Ox, we're not going anywhere. Let's go. So
Okay.
my
Let
dog
me-
struggling to get in the truck. That dog can get in the truck better than myself.
Mr.
So that's
Payne,
not a true statement.
let me say this. Let me just be clear. Okay. We've heard a lot of testimony from you. And I do like everybody to walk away feeling that they've had their full say, but we're getting a little repetitive with your testimony, with your conclusion. We've read your letter. We've heard about the conspiracy theory. We've heard everything. Do we have anything solid from you to respond to these complaints about the dog being at large or public nuisance?
You mean overall, or just this particular case?
Overall, I think we have seen videos, pictures of ox being loose, and sometimes with a leash on it, and sometimes without, across the street, down the street, and other things, and videos of yourself following behind. And we heard your bees, the theory of the bees. And if you have anything else to add quickly, so that we can we can dismiss for deliberation. We can adjourn for deliberation on these.
I don't want to waste your time since you've already taken into consideration the bees and also trying to save its own life. And the next thing which I already told the commission was the exercise I gave Ox in the rear where he runs and I show him treat, and he was denied that by the vet. So every time he take loose, we run. And the third thing is my health condition at the time was it was in a precarious situation. I was trying to avoid stroke. So when Ox turned loose, I can't run after him. And Ox is a well-mannered dog. When I walk to him, he comes right back to me, and I bring him where he's supposed to go. I think that summarizes everything.
Okay, and in closing, I'm going to say this. Is everybody okay with taking a 10-minute recess before we reconvene to deliberate on these items? Is that okay
I
with
think
that?
that'd be a good idea.
Okay, Greg?
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say this before we adjourn for that. A dog or a pet is a great healer. If you have healing, if you have health issues, there's nothing better than a pet. With that being said, should these issues continue, and like I said, I don't know how this is going to play out until we reconvene, but if these issues continue, and we have complaints like this, it could escalate to a point where the dog may be impounded, and nobody wants to see that at all. So I just want to make that perfectly clear, that we here we have a dog owner that has some health issues. I personally know how much a pet can help with that. I don't know what I do without my pets on certain days. So I will do everything in my power to keep that pet healthy and mine. So with that being said, I think we're going to adjourn for about 10 minutes now. Everybody take a bathroom break, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes and weigh in on these charges. So that will be 2:16. We will be back around 2:16, people. Commissioners, thank you.
I'm back.
All right, Jackie's here. Waiting on Dr. Hammer, I believe. And there he is. All right, are we all ready? Are we missing anyone? All right, guys, let's start with the public safety threat of Miss Ross, last two, number 59.
Is there any reason we can't address both public safety threats at the same time? And anyone have any objection to that?
Well, I was just going to.
The only reason I'm asking is because, oh, and I'm getting an echo. Better? All right, the only reason I'm asking is because I didn't, unless somebody heard something different than I did, I didn't hear anything to support the public safety threat piece on either citation. I mean, an animal at large in and of itself isn't a safety threat, and everyone's account seems to suggest the dog wasn't growling or doing it other than maybe trying to sniff or whatever. I just didn't hear anything to support either public safety one. I would move to dismiss both of those.
My only comment on that one, Jennifer, was that towards the end of the second one from Miss Graham, I got the impression that she was from the tone and inclination of her voice, I sensed she was concerned about being threatened. That's the only part that I took as any kind of public threat. But I agree with you on the other one, and that's my only comment on that one.
But in my questioning of her, and that's exactly why I asked the questions that I did, she said herself the dog was not threatening. It was just her nervousness that she had. And of course, Miss Ross has suffered a bite in the past. She naturally is nervous or afraid of any dog. It just sounds like there's a lot of neighborhood stuff going on here.
Agreed. Then I agree with Jennifer. I'm comfortable dismissing the two public safety threat citations that are posted here. In fact, I make a motion.
Motion.
Dismiss them. Make a motion. We dismiss them.
Say this: is there any? Does any of the commissioners have any issue with? I think one of the complaints was the dog was out while the kids were coming and going to school, while husband was jogging. And it is kind of close quarters there. It could run across the street, cause a automobile accident or something like that. Does anybody have any thoughts on that as it pertains to a public safety issue?
I think my one concern, if I could speak on that real quick. I'm sorry, Jennifer, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I've already spoken.
Okay, real quick. I think my only concern would be, I think it says public safety threats while at large chases or approaches a person in an aggressive manner. And I think that's it's a little broad because you have to look at the person's perception. My dog chasing me, and certainly in my role, I've had that happen before. It's a little tricky when we're talking about their perception certainly would be that they're afraid of that dog. And I think their fear is based off of the fact that they've seen the dog not be able to be controlled by the handler. So if we're talking in that nuance, I think we really have to discuss whether or not the dog behaving as a dog and approaching people, was that or was that not an aggressive manner? That's where my questions would lie. I don't think it was answered in their perception or in their testimony today, honestly.
And I do agree then that I don't see any public safety threat in that regard. Testimony. The dog was just running free throughout the neighborhood, and this is what the neighbors are complaining about. Potential is there, so I would be inclined also. Nobody said it's coming at them, nipping at their heels, growling at them, or anybody else's dog trying to bite it, attack it, whatever. So I can be in agreement with that particular definition. I can see where parents are going to be a little leery of their kids going to school, walking to and from bus stops or whatever, and the dog is out on a tethered or whatever it was there long enough to reach the street. So, but yet I still don't feel that. I feel that the at large is the part of the issue here.
I think we're also dealing with a little bit of not a bias, but because Ox is a pit bull, I think that, because they have a reputation, that these ladies are letting that play into their fear as well.
Could very well.
It should not reflect our decision making.
I don't think you can project that and
I believe that.
suspect to know what somebody has a bias against or not. And I don't think that should have any play here.
Well, Ms. Counts kept referring to this pit bull in her testimony.
Well, it's a statement of fact.
But again, you're right.
Regardless.
It should not play into our decision making.
Did I hear a motion then, Dr. Hammer or Jennifer?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and repeat it. I agree with Jennifer that I'd like to make a motion to dismiss citation ending in 1664 public safety threat and citation ending in 6659 public safety threat.
I'll second.
All in favor? Okay.
Yes.
So with that, then that leaves us the at-large issues on
Those were
different.
both unanimous, right, from the team?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't see Ms. Cohen's response.
Oh, Jackie?
Yes, I did say yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
That brings us to the at-large questions. And
just
Greg?
I was going to say, just for clarification, how much is the at-large ticket for? Is it for $100? Is that what he's facing right now? After the dismissal of the public safety?
I think the
or is it $50?
50.
So he's looking at $300 at $50 a crack, at $50 a citation. That's my understanding.
And unfortunately, we saw the videos, we saw the pictures.
Well, wait, before we get that far though, Ms. Count's citation for the 10th and Ms. Graham's citation for the 10th for the animal at large complaints are identical.
They're combined.
Well, they're for the same incident. The difference is one of them was the driveway owner and one of them was not. And there's no difference in the facts between the two. So my question to the commission is, can we dismiss one of those so that he's not penalized twice for the same incident?
Okay.
Well,
I think we'll have to clarify that. I'm not sure, but yeah, her testimony to that charge was combined in the other one. So, yeah, we can dismiss one if you want. six of one, half dozen of the other.
Well, I don't think if we're discussing, let's talk about Ms. Count's testimony. I didn't see her present any evidence of Ox running at large on 7-Eleven or 7-10. Her direct testimony, I don't believe she provided any evidence. The only evidence she provided was what she said verbally, and then the only illustrative evidence she provided was the tethering that we saw. So I don't think either one of those are appropriate, and I would dismiss both of those based on a lack of evidence.
I'm in agreement with dismissing both of those, but for a slightly different. I agree that there was no evidence on for the 11th. I don't even understand exactly what happened. So I don't think the facts are presented clear enough. But for the 10th, I believe at the beginning she was asked that if the video shown in the prior case represented what happened, and she said yes. So I think that was meant to cover both.
Okay.
But regardless, again, it's duplicative. It's the same information, the same citation, and I don't think he should be penalized twice. So I'm in agreement with dismissing both of the citations that Ms. Counts brought, the ones ending in 6-1 and 6-3.
Is that in the form of a motion, Jennifer?
Yep, I move that we dismiss citations ending in 6661 and 6663.
I second.
Well, let me just ask one question before I ask all in favor. Robin, am I missing something? Did Miss Counts provide any kind of pictures or video, or was that the one that was combined?
That was the one that was combined. That was the last case that we heard. And
Okay.
I do not see pictures or video submitted by Ms. Counts.
Okay. Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous too.
And then as long as I'm on a roll here and no one is going to stop me, I'm going to make a motion that we uphold citations ending in 662, 670, 671, and 673. I think the evidence in those cases is undisputed that the dog was off his owner's property, not on a leash, or if he was on a leash, the leash was not in the owner's hand, and therefore the dog was not under the owner's control. But I'd be open to discussing any. I'd leave the fines separate. At this point, I just want to make a motion that those 4 citations be upheld.
And I'll
second that.
Can we take another look at, I think it was the very first video that Ms. Ross showed us, that is the gentleman walking his dog on the leash from his front door around to the fenced area. Because through most of that, the dog was on the leash. And I'm having a little trouble considering that to be fully at large.
Well, he was on the other person's property and he was
Right.
definitely not under control of Mr. Pema at that point.
Correct.
He did.
Yeah,
He did state the bees.
Excuse me, Greg, I don't think we all heard that.
I think he stated the reason why the dog ran away is because of the bees. I cannot verify it or not, but if that is a legitimate reason, I think any animal would have ran if there was bees.
Agreed. I mean, certainly that's a negative conditioning situation. But regardless, the dog was off lead, and as you see in the last couple seconds there, not in Mr. Pema's control. So I think it fits the definition of at large.
I agree. I'm just responding to what she was saying. Why
Apologies.
Yeah,
I'm having trouble seeing where the dog is off lead. Obviously, he is objecting to going into the fenced area, but I'm having trouble identifying the spot where he actually is no longer in the gentleman's hand.
I'm gonna try to pause it right here.
right there.
Right here, you can see the leash handle is here on the ground now.
Okay, your eyes are much better than mine. Thank you.
So here, I'm gonna see if I can get it so you can kind of see it fall out of his hands, but right there, it hits the ground. I'll try and pause.
I wonder what happened from that point. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Right. Sorry, pausing it is just.
Taking into consideration the testimony that there were bees in that yard and the dog allegedly was stung by the bees and whatever, you can see that the dog didn't want to go back into the fenced area. Does anybody feel that that is a mitigating circumstance there for that particular citation?
I did originally, up until Mr. Pema said admitted that he planted the rose bushes. So I guess at that point, and I get it, it's not the dog's fault, but an at-large complaint is a complaint against the owner, not the dog. So I'm not blaming the dog for any reaction it might have had to the bees, but if the dog is constantly running from bees and that is your explanation for why it's off leash, then for goodness sakes, then let's not encourage more bees in the area by planting rose bushes. I'm
Yeah, I don't think the bees were an issue in the other videos and the other pictures, but that particular one spoke to me that obviously the dog was okay until you realized he was going to be put back into that white fenced in area. But you know,
I'd be willing to reduce it to half.
That'd be a good idea.
Like, then he would, instead of paying 200, is 175.
That's exactly why I asked that the citations and the fines that we separated. If we can agree to uphold the citations, we can discuss the fines separately. Am I correct?
Are we going to run into the
I
same
thought you had
problem?
made a motion.
I
Are
think
we going to run into the same problem we had previously in the with the dangerous order, that the amounts for the citations are in the county code, and we really can't affect that number? I think Corinne,
We've
Robin,
waived fines
We've
for
done it before.
And no, fines are separate from the licensing. Current can weigh in here if he'd like, but the license
okay.
for the order dog is a separate piece. Yes, the initial fines are set, but judges impact what the fines are, can lower, change them for the civil citations. It's my understanding. Current, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
So under the code, the guiding statute is 124308C, which says that if after a hearing, the commission finds that a violation did occur, or if the request for hearing is withdrawn, the commission shall forward the citation to district court. The commission may amend the fine to an amount not to exceed the face value of the citation. So the commission specifically has that authority in these situations.
My misunderstanding. Thank you for clarifying.
in response to Ed's original question about the bees and mitigating circumstances, to me, that particular video, that particular complaint is so very different from all the others where the dog is out running the street. Granted, the owner is making attempts to retrieve him, but it is just so different from the two situations.
Yep. And that's the point I'm making is, you know, the other videos, you can see the dog running at large all over the place. And there's so Mr. Paymer is either walking very, very slowly behind it or not in the video at all. like when the dog was on the other side of the street running up and down the lawn. So I have no problem with those citations at all.
I think we have to be careful on passing judgment on how he is walking. And I say that from current experience. With his health, he should not run. And, you know, if you run after a loose dog, you tend to make them run even more. I think we should focus in on the fact that the dog simply was loose.
I believe there is a motion on the table. I mean, to keep the at large. So, are we going to keep the motion? Because it sounds like we're doubting the motion.
I'll withdraw the motion as I stated it, because I'm perfectly willing to grant some leeway on the citation ending in 671, because as Ms. Cowan just said, it is very different from the others. And if that makes the deliberations a little smoother, we could decide that one separately. So I'm going to withdraw the motion that I made. And at this point, I'm just going to make a motion that we uphold the citations ending in 670, 671. No, I'm sorry, 670, 673, and 662. So that would be the June 28th, the May 30th, and the July 10th ones.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, that was unanimous. And that leaves us with the one ending in 671. And I will make a motion that unless Greg wants to make the motion.
Go ahead, Ed.
No, hey, go ahead, Greg. You're the one that voiced it, and all I did was agree. So you make the motion.
I was going to say, I make a motion to reduce the ticket. I don't have the number here, but someone can say it.
Ends in 6671.
Yeah.
Thank you. To have, because it's different from the other incidents.
And I will second that. All in favor?
Yes.
Sergeant Daughters? You say no? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
Sergeant Daughters, are you abstaining from that one?
You were muted, ma'am.
Oh, Jesus. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we get ready to come to the end of a long day. I thank you all for your participation, patience. We all have different views on things and different feelings. And that's why the commission is together, so that we can get a comprehensive view of everything. So what we have now is not so comprehensive and not so difficult. We have the minutes from the August meeting to look at. Does everybody have a copy of them? Jackie, were you given? Oh, that's right. Jackie wasn't in it, so she can't vote on it anyway.
Right. I'll just listen in. Thank you.
Okay.
Me as well. I was not there, so I cannot vote.
We have 1,
I was not there either.
3. Who was not there? Nicole?
Well, Sergeant Daughters.
I was not there.
Oh, okay. That's right. Okay, so what we have, guys, we still have a quorum to vote on that, right? Dr. Hemmer?
Yes.
Myself, Jennifer, and Nicole.
Yes.
So
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the August meeting.
Okay,
I'll second.
Do I get a second on that? Okay, all in favor? Okay, and with that, I believe the only other thing I need to say is our next meeting should be scheduled on October the 2nd. Am I correct on that, Robin?
I'm just gonna confirm my calendar, but I believe so. I want to say thank you for everybody's patience today. I know it has been a long hearing day. Apologize that I did not predict how long this one was going to be.
It was a pleasure working with you all. Thanks for putting up with me.
Likewise.
See
Thank you for
next time,
joining.
Jackie.
And our next animal matters, yes, October 2nd.
Okay, and with that, I believe our work is done here. Just want to remind everybody what day it is. It is Patriot Day, September 11th. Remember your first responders. And with that, I guess we'll need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion, we adjourn the Animal Matters Commission for September.
I'll second.
All in favor? Okay. Jackie?
Yes.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great month.